Chapter 220. Bang! An earth-shaking intense explosion sounded. The frightening pillar-like pill lightning in the empty space was forcefully blocked by the combined attack of Yan Bing and Old Demon who the moment it fell. The frightening pill lightning suddenly came to a halt in the vast and mighty sky. This scene caused a countless number of people in the city below to feel extremely shocked. Using one's physical body to fight against the might of the world. Such a heroic and magnificent act was really glorious in battle. However, Yan Bing and Old Demon who did not have a good time after the pill lightning was blocked. After enduring for a couple of breaths, they were finally forcefully sent flying by the pill lightning. The thunderbolt was furious. Yan Bing and Old Demon who instantly withdrew by 10,000 feet. Each of them suppressed the lightning strength that had once again risen within their bodies. Their hands moved in unison. In the blink of an eye, another two sets of Do skills were unleashed and violently smashed toward the pill lightning. The might of the pill lightning was not the least bit weak. The thundercloud churned and numerous dragon-like pill lightnings smashed down in an attempt to shatter the attacks of these two. Unfortunately, the pill lightning was not weak. These two people also used a chain of Do skills. After a couple of exchanges, the thundercloud in the sky became increasingly small. Only after these two people charged into the thundercloud did this frightening pill lightning slowly scatter in front of everyone's eyes. The pressurizing atmosphere that covered the entire savage ancient city was also swept away after the pill lightning scattered. Bright and beautiful sunlight shone down, causing everyone to feel comfortable. On the stone platform, MOD had finally put down the burden in his heart at this moment. His body relaxed and he randomly sat in front of the medicinal cauldron. The Meru pill within the blood-back cauldron had finally been refined. Clamor, cheers immediately sounded from all over the city below after the D pill was refined. Today, not only did they see the D-tier medicinal pill that they had been anticipating for a long time being successfully refined, but they had also seen two frightening 8-star ban emperors, who were rarely seen, attack together. The matter today was really something that ordinary people like them would rarely see in their entire lives. Cough cough. Old Demon who stood in the empty space and looked down at the countless number of cultivators in the city below. His heart also felt comfortable when he heard the cheers from their mouths. Fame and fortune would always allow one to easily put down some of the things in one's heart. Yan Bing's face was indifferent as it swept over the empty space. Her icy cold eyes paused on Xiao Yan. The killing intent in her eyes was easy to see. Immediately, she looked at Old Demon who on the opposite side. Although the two of them had barely cooperated this time around, the process was not pleasant. During this period of time, they had set quite a number of traps for the other party. If it were not for their great strength, it was likely that they would have really suffered serious injuries. Now that the pill lightning had finally dissipated and the D-tier medicinal pill had been successfully refined, it was time to see what Gu Li had to say next. Logically speaking, since MOD's D-tier medicinal pill had been successfully refined before Xiao Yan, MOD should have won regardless of how one put it. The champion seat of this alchemist grand meeting naturally belonged to MOD. However, at this moment, Gu Li's expression became increasingly solemn. When he looked at the medicinal pill within MOD's medicinal cauldron, he was already certain that it was indeed a D-tier medicinal pill. However, when he looked at Xiao Yan's side, although the medicinal pill seemed to have reached the stage of completion, it was still in the process of being refined and had yet to come out of the cauldron. Moreover, until now, it had not triggered any pill lightning. Based on this point alone, he could basically determine that there was a high chance that an accident would occur with this medicinal pill. No one would acknowledge a medicinal pill whose success was uncertain. Therefore, from the looks of it, MOD would definitely become the champion of this alchemist grand meeting. After this matter, not only would Gu Li have to hand over the D-tier medicinal pill formula to MOD, he would also have to give the entire alchemist association in the ancient savage city to someone else. When he thought of this, Gu Li's heart cried out incessantly. Could it be that the alchemist association, which had been painstakingly built by his predecessors, was going to be destroyed by him? As he thought of this, Gu Li felt increasingly bitter in his heart. His hands trembled slightly under his sleeves. Even with Gu Li's current agitated state of mind, how could the result in front of his eyes allow his state of mind to remain calm? A deep sense of guilt involuntarily rose in his heart when he thought of giving away the Alchemist Association. By the side, Qi Lin also helplessly sighed when he saw this. His hand was placed on Gu Li's shoulder as he gently comforted Gu Li's heart. However, Qi Lin's heart was also filled with emotions that were difficult to understand. How could Qi Lin not be extremely sorrowful in his heart? After all, this Alchemist Association was supported by him and Gu Li together. Until now, he actually had to give his many years of hard work to others in vain. How could there not be waves in his heart? Ugh, from the looks of it, the Alchemist Association has lost. Yan Xiao is after all still too young. Moreover, he has just advanced to a rank 2 alchemist. This ending can be considered to be within expectations. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian looked at Gu Li and Qi Lin from a distance. He involuntarily shook his head as his mouth emitted a somewhat sorrowful sigh. However, at this moment, the young man beside him did not bother about Elder Xian's words. Instead, his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan below as a glint flickered in his eyes. A moment later, the young man finally narrowed his eyes. He violently slammed the jade fan in his hand. With a pa sound, it also startled Elder Xian beside him. When Elder Xian looked at the young man, the latter also opened his mouth and transmitted his voice without turning away. Elder Xian, look at Yan Zhao's medicinal cauldron. There seems to be something unusual within it. Huh? Elder Xian also raised his eyebrows when he heard the young man's words. He was a little confused by the young man's sudden words. When he looked over, he frowned again and did not know what to make of it. A heavenly flame rose within Xiao Yan's medicinal cauldron. A spinning round medicinal pill was continuously condensing within it. The pill fragrance was like a spring. Although the scene was strange, there was nothing different about it. This, Elder Xian once again shook his head. He still did not understand the young man's words. The young man opened his mouth once again and asked a question that Elder Xian felt was completely irrelevant. Elder Xian, what do you think of Emodi's finished pill? Elder Xian also instantly turned his gaze after he spoke. He looked at Emodi's medicinal pill, which was still within the cauldron. He nodded and transmitted his voice. Looking at the color and the richness of the pill fragrance, there is no doubt that it is a pill. The quality of this D-grade medicinal pill is not bad. The moment these words left his mouth, Elder Xian seemed to have suddenly come to a realization. His eyes suddenly focused. In the next moment, he suddenly looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with shock. His eyes were also staring at the round medicinal pill within the 1,000-beast cauldron. Could it be he is refining? Yes, it seems like it should be. Phew, we have overlooked too much. They have also forgotten too much. And D-grade medicinal pill is not as simple as refining it. This Yan Xiao is really terrifying. This time, there will be a good show to watch. Rumble. Just as Elder Xian's voice sounded, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the sky, causing everyone in the ancient savage city to be instantly shocked. After an instant, everyone quickly reacted. This sound was clearly pill thunder again. At this moment, in the sky and on the ground, everyone in the ancient savage city instantly locked their gazes onto the young man in black robes on the empty square. At this moment, in the entire ancient savage city, the only person who could trigger pill thunder was Xiao Yan. Chapter 221. Rumble, an earth-shaking explosion spread. In the sky, the expressions of Yan Bing and Old Demon who changed abruptly. This sudden turn of events had caught them off guard. However, in the next moment, when the two of them looked at Xiao Yan, they immediately came to a realization. No wonder the pill lightning had just scattered. How could it gather again at this moment? It was definitely because Xiao Yan's D-tier medicinal pill had been successfully refined. TSK, it is unexpected that he is actually able to successfully refine an D-tier medicinal pill on his first try. Yan Xiao is really not simple. Old Demon who looked at the round medicinal pill that was still wrapped by the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's cauldron. His heart involuntarily felt a wave of surprise. Xiao Yan's talent was really beyond imagination. He was able to successfully refine an D-tier medicinal pill on his first try. In that case, if he were to refine a few more times in the future, wouldn't D-tier medicinal pills be nothing in his eyes? Old Demon whose eyes immediately hardened when he thought of this. He could not help but feel a solemn feeling in his heart. He had already seen Xiao Yan's growth speed. Since Xiao Yan was currently on the opposite side of him, he definitely could not allow Xiao Yan to continue growing. Otherwise, when the time came, it was likely that he would not be able to match up against Xiao Yan. I definitely cannot allow him to continue growing. With a cold snort in his heart, Old Demon whose body suddenly moved. In an instant he cut through the empty space and charged towards Xiao Yan in the empty square. The best way to deal with an enemy like Xiao Yan, who had yet to fully mature, was to kill him in the cradle. However, when Old Demon who moved, Gu Li, who was in the judges' seats, had already discovered the unusual situation within Xiao Yan's medicinal cauldron. Although he did not notice it at the beginning, Gu Li instantly understood after the pill lightning had gathered. No wonder Xiao Yan did not show any activity after forming the pill for so long. It turned out that he was raising the quality of the medicinal pill. Although the risk of doing so was extremely high and the slightest carelessness would cause the medicinal pill refinement to fail, from the looks of it, Xiao Yan had really succeeded. At this moment, Gu Li immediately let out a cold snort when he saw that old devil who was about to attack. His body moved and instantly stood in front of Old Devil Who. He waved his sleeve and stared at Old Devil Who as he sternly cried out, "Old Devil Who! Old Demon Who! Are you planning to start a war with my alchemist association in this savage ancient city?" Old Demon Who frowned immediately when he saw Gu Li blocking his path. Normally, Old Demon Who would naturally immediately attack and engage in a fight with him. How would he give him the opportunity to speak? However, after blocking the pill lightning, his strength had also been exhausted. If he were to fight now, it was likely that there would be no result. Otherwise, the D-tier medicinal pill in Xiao Yan's cauldron would be unstoppable. Humph! Gu Li, this old man will deal with you. With a cold snort, another old man wearing an icy blue robe suddenly stepped forward and similarly blocked in front of Gu Li. A smile instantly surfaced on Old Demon Who's face when he saw this. At this critical moment, this Yan Bing was finally able to stand on the same side as him. Old Demon Whose body once again flashed when he saw Yan Bing blocking Gu Li. He bypassed these two people and continued to charge explosively towards Xiao Yan. Don't forget that after you get past Gu Li, there is still this old man. After a cry sounded, Qi Lin's body flashed and once again blocked in front of Old Demon Who. The latter once again frowned slightly when he saw this. In this way, both he and Yan Bing were blocked by these two people. Would it not mean that they could only watch as Xiao Yan's D-pill was born? Rumble, an earth-shaking thunderous sound was once again transmitted over, causing the expressions of everyone present to change once again. Gu Li and Qi Lin also frowned immediately. This pill lightning did not come earlier or later. Instead, it just had to start when the two of them were being held back. At this moment, there was no one beside Xiao Yan. If this pill lightning were to descend, who would be able to help him block the pill lightning? On the other hand, joy surfaced in the hearts of Old Demon Who and Yan Bing, who were standing opposite them. In this way, there was no need to be afraid that they would not be able to deal with Xiao Yan. They had witnessed the might of the pill lightning. As long as no one helped Xiao Yan block the pill lightning, given his current condition, not only would the D-tier medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron be destroyed when the pill lightning descended, even he, Xiao Yan, would have difficulty escaping death. Killing two birds with one stone. Why not? Since this is the case, the two of you should just stay here with us. No one should even think about going up. Old Demon Who laughed coldly. Both of his arms were crossed over his chest. His face was filled with ridicule as he looked at Qi Lin on the opposite side. His body instantly moved behind Qi Lin and blocked him instead. In this way, Gu Li and Qi Lin were firmly held back by Old Demon Who and Yan Bing. At this moment, other than Elder Xian on the viewing gallery, it was likely that no one else could block the pill lightning. At this moment, Elder Xian and the young man beside him exchanged glances with each other. Even with Elder Xian's strength, his pair of deep old eyes revealed a deep grave expression. He had already experienced the might of the pill lightning earlier. If it were to appear again at this moment, it would be difficult for him to block it alone. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. The young man beside him also had an incomparably grave expression in his heart. At this moment, it was likely that only the two of them could help Xianxia block the pill lightning. If they did not intervene, it was likely that Xianxia would have difficulty escaping this time around. Young master, what do you think? The young man gently patted the jade fan in his hand. His heart was thinking of the most beneficial method. It was impossible for him to ignore Elder Xian beside him because of Xianxia. Hence, he needed to think of a method that would satisfy both parties. There is no other way. If there is really no other choice later on, Elder Xian, you should go up and block it. Once I rescue Yan Xiao out of the arena, that D-tier medicinal pill will be left to him. Elder Xian nodded gently when he heard this. However, there was still a thread of worry between his brows. It was likely that Yan Xiao would not easily give up on the D-tier medicinal pill that he had painstakingly refined. Crackle! Suddenly, an earth-shaking thunder sound was suddenly emitted. Between the heavens and the earth, the expressions of Gu Li, Qi Lin, Elder Xian and the young man changed. This pill lightning had finally come. In the sky, a black pill lightning that was 1,000 feet thick descended from the sky. It directly blasted towards the 1,000-beast cauldron on the stone platform below. If this attack landed, given Xianxia's current condition, it was likely that he would not be able to escape death. Even though this was the case, Xianxia still focused all of his attention on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He only split a thread of his attention to wait for the arrival of the pill lightning. You want to hurt him? You have to get past this old man first. Suddenly, a stern cry was emitted from the empty square. Everyone lifted their heads to look. A figure was blocking the pill lightning that was about to land. Everyone's faces immediately revealed a surprised expression when they saw this. At this moment, Elder Xian, who was about to attack, and the young man seated beside him were also shocked by this sudden scene. When they saw the person who had come, their expressions involuntarily changed. They did not expect that this person would actually step forward to block the pill lightning for Xianxia. At this moment, the person who was standing in the empty space and lifting his head to look at the pill lightning with a grave expression was actually Qin Zhong, who had been saved by Xianxia a month ago. Chapter 222. In everyone's opinion, it was extremely foolish to face the pill lightning with the strength of a 3-star half-emperor. Old Monster Hu and Yan Bing also sneered as they looked at Qin Zhong. Their eyes were full of disdain. When Gu Li and Qi Lin saw this, they felt a warmth in their hearts. Although Qin Zhong and Xianxia did not have a deep friendship, he was willing to risk his life for Xianxia just because Xianxia had saved his life once. This was something that few people present could do. Based on this point alone, Qin Zhong was a respectable person. Brother Yan Xiao, don't worry. With this old man here today, you will be able to refine medicine in peace. Even if this old man has to risk his life, I will block this pill lightning for you. Wow! These heartfelt words were exchanged for an earth-shaking applause from the city below. Xianxia had also heard the decisiveness within these words. Qin Zhong did not act arrogantly. He was grateful to Xianxia for saving his life. Now that Xianxia was in trouble, he had used all his strength to help. This was something that even Xianxia could not help but feel admiration for. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian also nodded his head. He slowly stood up and was ready to help at any time. This kind of person was quite to his liking. It was reasonable for him to help, not to mention that their purpose was the same. The young man beside him could not help but smile and nod his head. This was not only because of Qin Zhong's loyalty, but also because of Xianxia. It was because Xianxia had saved him that he would treat him so sincerely. Sizzle, in response to Qin Zhong's cold shout, the pill lightning seemed to have sensed it. The speed of its descent became even more terrifying. This caused Qin Zhong's expression to become even more solemn. Although his words were arrogant, the pill lightning was truly terrifying. However, today, no matter what, he must use his body to block the sky for Xianxia. Dou Qi wildly surged out of Qin Zhong's body with a furious cry. His body suddenly moved and shot out like a cannonball. He ruthlessly smashed toward the pill lightning that was heading toward him. Boom. Unfortunately, the gap between Qin Zhong's strength and the pill lightning was too obvious. In the end, although the pill lightning dissipated, Qin Zhong was still seriously injured. He was violently smashed down from the void. Like a meteor, he violently smashed into the void square and directly smashed through it. Subsequently, he violently smashed into the ancient city below, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet wide. Whoosh! After defeating Xianxia with one strike, the pill lightning's momentum became even more powerful. As soon as the first strike fell, another even more terrifying pill lightning instantly fell and ruthlessly bombarded towards Xianxia below. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it wanted to kill Xianxia with one strike. At this moment, Qin Zhong was already seriously injured in the deep pit below. If he were to attack again, it was likely that he would not be able to return alive. However, at this moment, Qin Zhong's heart was anxious as he watched the pill lightning once again descend. His injured body forcefully shook and once again flew forward. He once again charged toward the pill lightning in the sky. Allow the old me to receive this attack on your behalf. Just as Qin Zhong was about to catch up and Xianxia was about to intervene, an elderly voice was emitted from the sky. Immediately, Elder Xian's body stood in the sky. His face was grave as he watched the descending pill lightning. Dou Qi swiftly gathered in his shriveled hand. Immediately, he suddenly swung it forward and smashed it toward the pill lightning. Bang! An explosion sounded and the pill lightning scattered. Elder Xian's body trembled slightly as he removed the enormous force from his body. His shriveled hand involuntarily trembled. This pill lightning was really frightening. Even with his strength, he had suffered quite a great loss. It was really difficult to imagine just how great of a price Qin Zhong had paid in order to barely block that attack. At this moment, Qin Zhong had also flown forward. He supported his body with great difficulty and cupped his hands toward Elder Xian. Elder Xian gently waved his hand to inform him that there was no need to do so. At the same time, he placed a medicinal pill in Qin Zhong's hand and asked him to consume it. Immediately, Elder Xian's eyes turned and looked at the young man in the viewing gallery. Their eyes met and they immediately understood the meaning in their hearts. As long as Elder Xian helped Qin Zhong block another pill lightning for Xianxia, the young man in the viewing gallery would immediately act and rescue Xianxia from the stone platform. As for the D-tier medicinal pill that had already been successfully refined and was waiting to be refined, it would be destroyed along with him. Rumble! Thunder clouds churned in the sky. It was as though they were brewing a frightening attack. Under the thunder clouds, Qin Zhong and Elder Xian, who had just recovered, wore grave expressions as they watched the frightening thunder clouds above their heads. The Dou Qi within Elder Xian's body was quietly raised. Even with his strength, his heart was still a little afraid of this thunder cloud. Even though Elder Xian wasn't confident that he could block the thunder cloud completely, he was confident that he could block a single strike. Even though he might have to suffer from the pill lightning again, it was still better than bearing the full brunt of it. Rumble! The dark black thunder clouds churned once again. Elder Xian turned his eyes to Qin Zhong by the side and frowned slightly. Although Qin Zhong was loyal and courageous, his character was a little stubborn. Even though he clearly saw that Elder Xian was present, he still insisted on staying here. If the pill lightning descended later, Elder Xian would not have the time to care about his safety. Haha, why don't you go down first? The old me can handle this alone. The injuries on your body are quite serious. It is likely that you will distract the old me if you stay here. Although Qin Zhong wanted to stay behind after hearing Elder Xian's words, he was ultimately doing so for the sake of Xianxia. If Elder Xian were to distract him at a critical moment, Xianxia would be in trouble. Hence, he smiled bitterly and nodded. His body flew down by 1,000 feet, but he was still unwilling to move aside. Elder Xian was helpless in this regard. At this moment, a crack line suddenly appeared in the thunder clouds in the sky. Following which, the sound of thunder reverberated. A frightening pill lightning suddenly smashed down. It was just like a shockingly large sword as it violently smashed toward Elder Xian. Elder Xian did not dare to underestimate this attack. The dou qi within his body suddenly surged. Both of his hands were swiftly raised in front of his chest. His fingertips rapidly changed. At the same time, 1,000-foot-wide giant fingers swiftly formed in the empty space in front of him. After which, it violently collided with the pill lightning the instant it fell. Bang! The entire empty square shook with a loud bang. A frightening wind immediately raged apart, causing numerous frightening crack lines that penetrated the entire square to appear. Swoosh! Following the sound of rushing wind, the young man's figure had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. He extended his hand and attempted to forcefully bring Xiao Yan away. Bang! His hand had just made contact with Xiao Yan's body when a bright golden light immediately flashed past Xiao Yan's body. The young man's expression suddenly changed. His body instantly pulled back. One of his hands held the hand that had just been extended. His face was filled with fear as he looked at Xiao Yan. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched. Why is it that this fellow has something to hit me each time he touches you? This young master is helping you out of kindness. Fortunately, I reacted in time this time. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to me. Cough cough, Xiao Jin, behave. He cried out softly in his heart. That golden light from earlier was Xiao Jin. Cuckoo, I'm sorry. There are a little too many little fellows in my body. I guarantee that this will not happen again. Xiao Yan did not move. All he did was smile with some difficulty. He did not say anything else. Luo Jin also curled his lips. He was really helpless in this matter. That leave the rest to me. Get Elder Xian and Qin Zhong to withdraw first. I will deal with this pill lightning. Chapter 223. As Xiao Yan's words faded, Luo Jin's expression instantly changed. Given Xiao Yan's current condition, how could he deal with the pill lightning? Xiao Yan already had a hard time speaking to Luo Jin. Wouldn't it be even more impossible to deal with the pill lightning? Luo Jin's eyes rotated slightly. His eyebrows were once again knit together. Although he did not have much contact with Xiao Yan, he could still be considered familiar with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was definitely not the kind of person who liked to show off. It was even more impossible for him to die in vain. Since Xiao Yan had already said these words, he definitely had his own confidence. The only thing that Luo Jin did not understand was where Xiao Yan's confidence came from. Could it be that it was the thing that had almost injured him just now? Thinking of this, Luo Jin could not help but secretly shake his head in his heart. Although the thing just now was a little special, it was not that terrifying since it did not injure Luo Jin. Otherwise, with Luo Jin's cultivation, how could he have dodged such a powerful attack? Luo Jin did not understand in his heart. However, due to Xiao Yan's words, Luo Jin was also helpless. He shrugged his shoulders and curled his lips slightly. All right, since that is the case, I will not ask any more questions. I just hope that you can introduce the fellow in your body to me in the future. Otherwise, I will not be beaten up without knowing who it is. I do not have the habit of being beaten up for nothing. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled. He once again softly scolded Xiao Jin in his heart and smiled. All right, when the time is right, I will introduce him to you. At that time, don't be shocked. After his words faded, Xiao Yan did not say anything else, leaving behind a curious Luo Jin at the side. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, he became even more interested in the fellow in Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, he did not think any more. His body moved and quickly flew back to the viewing platform. At the same time, a voice was transmitted to Elder Xian and Qin Zhong's ears like the wind. The two of you can leave. Brother Yan Xiao has his own ways to deal with this pill lightning. Upon hearing these words, Elder Xian immediately frowned. From the meaning of these words, it seemed that Luo Jin did not forcefully bring Xiao Yan out. However, he was also a little curious. What kind of calming pill did Yan Xiao give Luo Jin to actually allow him to leave without a care? After hesitating for a moment, Elder Xian shook his head helplessly. Since Luo Jin chose to believe in Xiao Yan, there was nothing more he could say. With a move of his body, he quickly retreated. Only Qin Zhong was still a little worried in his heart after hearing these words. When he saw that the pill lightning was about to fall again, although he wanted to resist, he was powerless. After hesitating for a moment, he finally withdrew from the circle in a flash. However, he was still paying attention to Xiao Yan's safety at all times. If anything went wrong, he would immediately take action. Above the void, Gu Li and Qi Lin immediately frowned when they saw this. At this moment, Elder Xian and Qin Zhong had both chosen to withdraw. In that case, wouldn't Xiao Yan have no one to support him? If this was the case, the result would be really dangerous. Damn it! What is going on? Why did the two of them withdraw at such a crucial moment? If they withdraw, what will happen to Yan Xiao? Gu Li was furious in his heart when he saw this. Just a moment ago, he was touched by Qin Zhong's loyalty. However, at this moment, those emotions were swept away in an instant. Qin Zhong's reaction was a little too quick. On the contrary, when Old Monster who saw this, a smile once again appeared on his face. It was fine when he saw Qin Zhong take action just now. After all, Qin Zhong was merely a 3-star half-emperor. He was not as heaven-defying as Xiao Yan. In front of the pill lightning, he was naturally insignificant. However, when he saw Elder Xian appear, his heart became somewhat unstable. Elder Xian's identity represented Yunyin Pavilion. His appearance meant that the Yunyin Pavilion was also helping Xiao Yan. The defection of the Yunyin Pavilion made even an old figure like Yan Bing feel somewhat fearful. Obviously, he also felt the deterrence of the Yunyin Pavilion in his heart. However, at this moment, when they saw Elder Xian and Qin Zhong leave one after another, the two of them became happy once again. This time, Yan Xiao was at his wit's end. However, on the other side, they could not help but have some doubts in their hearts. The two of them leaving together was a little strange. Qin Zhong had sternly shouted to protect Yan Xiao with his life under the gazes of everyone in the ancient savage city. How could he suddenly do this? Could it be that this was all Yan Xiao's doing? Rumble! Before they could think any further, the boundless thunderclouds in the sky churned once again. The rumbling sound of thunder was like an earthquake. Everyone's thoughts were instantly interrupted. Their gazes uniformly looked toward Xiao Yan. Without the protection of Qin Zhong and Elder Xian, Xiao Yan would definitely die if he faced the pill lightning. In the viewing gallery, Elder Xian also frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Yan. His heart was filled with doubts. He really could not imagine what Xiao Yan could do if no one helped him in his current condition. Beside Elder Xian, Luo Jin had an indifferent smile as he looked at Xiao Yan. He also had doubts in his heart. Just how would Xiao Yan be able to block the pill lightning? Just how many tricks did he have? Sizzle. The thunderclouds churned and a crack line was suddenly formed. Soon after, the frightening pill lightning, which was like a giant sword that supported the sky, once again descended. This time around, Qin Zhong and Elder Xian were no longer blocking it. It directly broke through the air and struck directly at Xiao Yan. If this attack were to land, it was likely that even with the strength of Xiao Yan at his peak, he would still suffer serious injuries. Moreover, Xiao Yan was facing it in his current condition. If he were to be struck by it, it was likely that Xiao Yan would be blasted into dust on the spot. Swoosh! In the sky, when the pill lightning descended, the storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger immediately flickered. Soon after, a thick dark black figure instantly shot out in front of Xiao Yan. It directly charged towards the frightening pill lightning in the sky. When everyone present focused their eyes on the dark black figure, even the expressions of Luo Jin and Elder Xian on the viewing gallery involuntarily changed drastically. Was this the thing in front of them that Xiao Yan was confident in dealing with the pill lightning? This is his method? The muscles at the corner of Elder Xian's eyes involuntarily twitched intensely. This thing in front of them, which was neither human nor ghost, could become a weapon to deal with the pill lightning? This is not messing around, right? Elder Xian was stunned for a moment. In the end, he could not help but furiously reprimand. Luo Jin by the side also frowned. Elder Xian's words were also the words in his heart. How could a puppet contend with the pill lightning? Most importantly, the strength of this puppet was only at the 7-star Do Xing class. A puppet with such strength would likely not even be able to endure a single strike from the pill lightning. At this moment, Qin Zhong and Gu Li's expressions also changed drastically. It was difficult to imagine that the method that Xiao Yan used to deal with the pill lightning was actually a puppet that did not possess the slightest trace of life. Moreover, the strength of this puppet was actually so weak. Chapter 224. Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the puppet that had charged out from the sky. They were unable to understand how Xiao Yan would actually use a puppet to block the pill lightning. This fellow, is he crazy? How is it possible to rely on a puppet to block the pill lightning? How can this puppet, which has barely reached the strength of a 7-star Do Sheng, be a match for the pill lightning? Gu Li's body trembled as he stood in the empty space. His heart was extremely anxious. His hands were tightly clenched under his sleeves. Large beads of cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. He really did not dare to believe the scene in front of him. Old demon who involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. His heart had also not expected Xiao Yan to use such a childish thing to deal with the pill lightning. Did he really think that the pill lightning was something that could be easily blocked? Even the pill lightning that MOD had attracted from the Meru pill had caused the 2 8-star half-D emperors to exhaust a lot of strength. Currently, the pill lightning that Xiao Yan had attracted from the Emperor Tribulation pill was even stronger than the former. Yet, this 7-star Do Sheng puppet actually dared to dream of resisting the pill lightning. Was this not a joke? At this moment, even quite a number of people in the ancient savage city below felt shocked when they saw this puppet. However, they involuntarily let out a cold laugh in their hearts at the same time. The pill lightning that was attracted by the D-tier medicinal pill was not something that a Do Sheng class puppet could block. It should be known that the pill lightning had caused the 2 8-star half-D emperors in the sky to suffer a great loss. How could it be finished off by this puppet? At this moment, everyone present was filled with doubt toward this puppet of Xiao Yan's. After all, the strength of this puppet was really a little too weak. By relying on this thing alone, it was impossible for it to contend with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan focused all his attention on the medicinal pill within the cauldron in front of everyone's doubtful gazes. He completely ignored all the unexpected changes in the outside world. The puppet finally collided violently with the pill lightning in front of the expectant gazes of a countless number of people. Bang! A deafening, frightening explosion sounded. The 7-star Do Sheng puppet in the sky was instantly sent flying by the pill lightning. Its dark black body was just like a large metal piece as it tore through the empty space and smashed into the ground below. When everyone lifted their eyes and looked over, they saw that the puppet had indeed been sent flying. However, the frightening pill lightning that descended from the sky had disappeared in an instant. It was as though it had disappeared into thin air. This scene caused everyone to immediately think of the puppet. Could it be that the puppet to forcefully scatter the pill lightning? Clamor. Once this thought appeared in his mind, the entire crowd instantly went into an uproar. If that was the case, then wouldn't this puppet truly be extraordinary? It was able to directly disperse a bolt of pill lightning that even an 8-star half-martial emperor had no choice but to take seriously. If news of this were to spread, then it would probably cause a huge commotion in the alchemist world. After all, the pill lightning was something that every alchemist both looked forward to and feared. Being able to draw out the pill lightning meant that they had mastered it. However, the terror of the pill lightning also caused them a great headache. Now, there was actually a puppet that could resist the pill lightning. Did this not become the dream of tens of thousands of alchemists? Crackle! A thunderous sound appeared. The thundercloud seemed to have been angered at this moment. The thundercloud churned and frightening pill lightning smashed down one after another. It ruthlessly smashed down on Xiao Yan, vowing to shatter Xiao Yan into pieces. Bang! At this moment, an explosive bang sounded from the ground below. Following which, a pitch-black figure instantly shot out like a shooting star. It was the Northern King. The Northern King suddenly clenched his fists when he appeared. His body moved and he was already hundreds of thousands of feet high in the sky. Facing the pill lightning that had just descended, the Northern King ruthlessly threw a punch forward to meet the pill lightning. Boom! The moment the pill lightning came into contact with the Northern King's fist, it was as though the pill lightning had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was instantly absorbed into the Northern King's body. Only the remaining pill lightning remained on the surface of the Northern King's body, becoming a part of his strength. Boom! 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 In the sky, the Northern King was like a heaven-defying war god as he rampaged through the tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Countless people below were stunned when they saw this. They had seen people block pill lightning, but they had never seen someone block pill lightning in such a manner. Each time a pill lightning fell from the thundercloud, the Northern King would instantly charge forward. He would grab the pill lightning and smash it against his body. Although a frightening pit would be formed on his body, he would recover within a couple of breaths. After which, he would quickly grab the pill lightning again. How was this blocking pill lightning? He was clearly grabbing pill lightning like he was grabbing a loach. From the looks of the Northern King charging left and right, it seemed as though he was just short of stabbing into the thundercloud above his head and swallowing it. Moreover, as the pill lightning was continuously absorbed into the Northern King's body, the few Bandi emperors in the sky quickly discovered that the Northern King's strength was rising at an extremely frightening rate. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already reached the 8th star of the Dosheng class from the initial 7th star of the Dosheng class. Moreover, the Northern King's strength was still rising. These pill lightning were forcefully swallowed by the Northern King. At this moment, everyone finally understood. No wonder Xiao Yan dared to use a Dosheng class puppet to block the pill lightning. This puppet was the nemesis of the pill lightning. As long as there was a pill lightning, it would be completely swallowed by the puppet. After which, it would become nourishment for the puppet to increase its strength. Adding Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist, the growth of this puppet was even greater than the genius disciples of some large factions. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of frightening level the strength of this puppet would reach in the future. Old Demon Hu and the others looked at this puppet. Their faces finally revealed a grave expression. At this moment, they had no choice but to admit that Xiao Yan's strength was really frightening. Not only was his own training talent frightening, but even this puppet was so heaven-defying. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening it would be once it fully matured. Old Xian's and Luo Jin's faces were also filled with shock from the viewing gallery. This was the first time that they had seen such a strange puppet. This puppet was really powerful. No wonder Xiao Yan was so reassured about it. Bang! Lightning shattered with a punch. Time passed quickly. The aura on the Northern King's body had already stepped into the level of a Bandi. However, the thundercloud above its head did not show any signs of dispersing even until now. It seemed that these pill lightning were not only unable to harm Xiao Yan. Instead, they were adding fuel to the fire of Xiao Yan's overall strength. Rumble! The thundercloud churned once again. At this moment, the thundercloud had reached its final stage. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already stepped into the level of a 6-star Bandi. On the surface, it did not seem to be any weaker than the Li family's ancestor, Li Gan. However, no one knew who would be stronger if the two of them were to fight. The thundercloud did not disperse. This time, the Northern King forcibly charged into the churning thundercloud under the shocked gazes of thousands of people. Rumble, rumble! After a deafening rumble, a muscular figure with black smoke all over its body flew out. The thundercloud also gradually dispersed. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had completely stabilized at the level of a 6-star Bandi. This time, Xiao Yan had benefited greatly from the refinement of the Emperor-grade pill. Chapter 225. Sizzle! The Northern King's mountain-like body slowly descended from the sky. Its body was suspended beside Xiao Yan's body. The pill lightning, which had yet to be completely devoured, continued to flow on the surface of its dark black body, causing the surrounding space to emit a crackling sound. The pill lightning scattered. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart finally relaxed. The D-tier medicinal pill in the cauldron had finally been successfully refined. Xiao Yan let out a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His expression swiftly turned pale. His seated body involuntarily swayed. The extreme exhaustion of his dou qi and spiritual strength caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty supporting himself. Xiao Yan hardened his heart. He forcefully opened his eyes, which were about to close. His teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, a faint fishy sweetness spread from his mouth. Xiao Yan also took this opportunity to hurriedly take out an D-tier medicinal pill that he had obtained from He Mu's storage ring. He did not hesitate and immediately consumed it the moment he took it out. This D-tier medicinal pill was even more effective than the one he had given to Qin Zhong previously. Within a short moment, Xiao Yan was able to wake up a little. The exhausted dou qi within his body had also recovered a little. Xiao Yan once again inhaled a deep breath of air. He turned his head slightly and looked at the Northern King, who was standing still like a metal tower. There was some surprise in his eyes. The strength of the pill lightning had become the best supplement for the Northern King to raise its strength. After completely devouring the pill lightning, the Northern King's overall strength was already much higher than its owner. Moreover, under Xiao Yan's observation, there were numerous dark black thunderbolts flashing on the surface of the Northern King's dark black body. They were unable to be removed. These pill lightning could no longer be devoured. From the looks of it, they had become a part of the Northern King, adding to its strength. Xiao Yan had already seen the might of the pill lightning. Even 8-star half-martial emperors didn't dare to rashly come into contact with it. Just from this point alone, one could see the scars of the pill lightning. Now that the pill lightning had been added to the Northern King's body, even ordinary 7-star half-martial emperors wouldn't dare to come into contact with it. The Northern King's body was already tyrannical. He was the ancient void dragon that was known for its tyrannical body in the Devil Beast world. Moreover, the Northern Dragon King had devoured the flesh and blood of many Dragon Clan members. His body was even more tyrannical than before. In addition, Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was a special refinement, and he had the support of the pill lightning from the Emperor-grade medicinal pill. The current Northern King was probably invincible in the entire half-martial emperor realm, except for old Free Ku, an 8-star half-martial emperor. In this way, the Northern King had become another great helper for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan revealed a joyous smile as he looked at this frightening, dark black monster in front of him. Originally, he did not think that the Northern King would be able to completely block the pill lightning. After all, the Northern King was merely a puppet at the end of the day. It was essentially a killing machine. As long as it was a machine, the Northern King would have a limit. Xiao Yan was already extremely shocked to see that the Northern King's strength had broken through to the half-martial emperor realm. However, at this moment, when Xiao Yan's hands slowly rubbed the Northern King's dark body, his fingers felt an extremely soft, cowhide-like feeling. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely shocked in his heart. In the past, Xiao Yan had refined quite a number of puppets. However, the limit of the puppet strength was only the Do Zun class. At that time, the body of the puppet would already be unusually hard. It was as cold and hard as a large piece of metal. At this moment, the condition that the Northern King was in showed that its strength could still be raised. Thus, it also attracted Xiao Yan's interest. He wanted to see just what the limit of the future Northern King was. A thought suddenly passed through Xiao Yan's mind while he was thinking. The dark black giant god in front of him appeared to have received an order. Its strong body suddenly moved. It tilted and a leg was violently swung out. It smashed into the empty space in front of the Northern King. Bang! After a frightening sonic boom was emitted, the empty space within 1,000 feet in front of the Northern King was blasted apart by this attack. This also caused the expressions of the elite half-martial emperors standing in the empty space to suddenly change. Even the expressions of Gu Li's group in the sky had suddenly become grave. Although the strength of this puppet of Xiao Yan's was inferior to theirs, there was hardly anyone amongst the half-martial emperors who could receive such a powerful attack with the exception of them. It was unexpected that the strength of this puppet was already so great. The corners of Old Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he watched from the spectator stands. He was at a loss for words. Beside him, Luo Jin squinted his eyes as he looked at the Northern King. There was a glint in his eyes. Compared to the others who valued this puppet of Xiao Yan's, Luo Jin was more curious about the qi method that Xiao Yan had used to refine this puppet. After all, as long as he had that item, it would be easy to obtain this puppet. However, a moment later, Luo Jin helplessly shook his head and removed the thought in his heart. It was not worth it to inquire about Xiao Yan's secret for a puppet. Cough, cough. Suddenly, an intense coughing sound was emitted from the empty square. Everyone lifted their eyes and looked over, only to see Mod slowly standing up from the stone platform. His face was still pale as he slowly swept his gaze over the entire place. However, there were not many people left in the empty square at this moment. This was because most of the people who had been struck by the pill lightning earlier had already landed in the savage ancient city. Cough, cough. Another wave of intense coughing sounded. Old Demon Hu and Yen Bing, who were confronting Gu Li and Yen Bing in the sky, swiftly returned to Mod's side. Currently, they had already completely fallen out with Xiao Yan's group. If Xiao Yan were to take the opportunity to use his puppet to attack Mod, they were really afraid that they would not be able to react in time. Mod ignored them. Instead, his gaze once again landed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The Emperor Tier medicinal pill, Sumeru pill, had already been refined. Although the Emperor Tier pill had been successfully refined, there was still one more thing that required the help of the two elite practitioners in front of him. Otherwise, even if the Emperor Tier pill was refined, it would still be useless. The two of you, there is no need to bother about them for now. After all, the Alchemist Grand Meeting is still ongoing and they do not dare to act recklessly. I hope that the two of you can focus on the next matter. The two of them immediately understood when they heard this. Old Demon whose gaze swept across the Gu Li duo, while Yen Bing's icy gaze landed on Xiao Yan. This caused the latter to frown once again. Yen Bing's murderous intent had indeed caused Xiao Yan to feel a strange feeling. Bang! With a loud bang, Mod's palm violently slammed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. As his palm slammed down, the medicinal cauldron's lid immediately opened. The highly anticipated Emperor Tier medicinal pill also slowly floated out from within. It floated in the empty space and quietly stood there. When Mod saw this, his expression suddenly turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the Sumeru pill with his claw. This scene also caused the crowd below to be involuntarily stunned. Why did Mod's actions seem as if he was afraid that the Emperor Tier pill would run away? Was he not afraid of crushing the Emperor Tier pill with his claw? Boom! In the next moment, a loud bang was heard from the empty space. Mod's figure immediately retreated. If it were not for Old Demon who catching him from behind, he would have fallen off the stone platform. When the crowd lifted their eyes to look, their faces immediately turned pale with fright. The Emperor Tier medicinal pill had already disappeared from where it originally stood. At this moment, it was replaced by a fellow who looked exactly like Mod. Chapter 226. Boom! With a loud bang, three figures suddenly collided in the void. An instant later, two of the figures retreated 10 steps each. On the other hand, the other figure retreated 100 steps in the void before coming to a stop. At a glance, the three figures were Old Demon Hu, Yen Bing, and Mod, who had retreated. It was unexpected that these three fellows, who had formed a united front, would actually fight each other at this moment. However, when the crowd looked at the stone platform below the three of them, they saw a pale, skinny old man seated on the stone platform, slowly recovering. Looking at his appearance, it was Mod. Humph, it is merely an Emperor Tier medicinal pill. No matter how much you look like a human, you will not be able to escape the fate of being swallowed by others. You actually want to struggle in front of this old man. You are really foolish. Old Demon who glanced at Yen Bing from the corner of his eyes as he hovered in the sky. Subsequently, his gaze landed on the figure that looked exactly like Mod, who was 1,000 feet away. Following which, a disdainful sneer was emitted from his mouth. That Mod in front of them was transformed from the Emperor Tier medicinal pill, Shumi pill. At this moment, its strength was also quite extraordinary. Under its full strength, Old Demon Hu and Yen Bing were unable to immediately suppress it. This was not because the two of them were unable to defeat it. At this moment, The Shumi Pill's strength was at most a 3-star half-emperor. It was already very difficult for it to be comparable to Mod at his peak. However, it was impossible for it to fight against Old Demon Hu and Yen Bing. If it were not for the fact that the Shumi Pill was a medicinal pill and the two of them were afraid of damaging the medicinal pill's essence when they fought, they would have already forcefully taken it down. There was no need for the two of them to fight together. What they needed to do now was to exhaust the Shumi Pill's strength. When the time was right, they would immediately take action and take it down. The Shumi Pill immediately frowned upon hearing this. Since it had transformed into a human, its intelligence was not lower than a human. At this moment, it had also heard Old Demon Hu's words and was worried in its heart. In terms of strength, it was definitely not a match for either of the two in front of it. If this continued, the only thing that awaited it was to be subdued by them and return to its original body to be consumed. When he thought of this, a sense of unwillingness arose in his heart. Since he couldn't defeat them, he could just flee. As long as he could flee into the city below and carefully conceal his aura, it would be difficult for these two people to detect him with their strength. The expression of he suddenly turned cold when he thought of doing so. His body moved and his palm violently smashed towards Old Demon Hu's head. The latter merely laughed coldly when he saw this. He did not dodge and merely waited in a daze for the former's palm to arrive. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent gale instantly swept out. Mod's palm was forcefully stopped in front of Old Devil Hu, unable to move even an inch further. Ha! Good, not bad, this strike is also fierce. Since that's the case, it's time for this old man to take action. With a cold laugh, Old Freak Hu suddenly extended his palm. His hand grabbed at Mod's throat, intending to take him down. The latter's expression changed drastically at this moment. Before the hand grabbed him, a piercing milky white light was suddenly released from his body. Swoosh! Old Devil Hu grabbed with his hand, but the spot where his hand was grabbing suddenly became empty. That Mod in front of him had actually instantly returned to his original body. He turned into a ray of light that shot towards the ancient savage city below. Old Devil Hu immediately emitted a cold snort when he saw that the Meru Pill was actually planning to flee. Yen Bing by the side also stared at the Meru Pill with an indifferent expression. Her eyes flickered slightly. She hesitated for a moment before swiftly giving chase. It is merely a medicinal pill. The old me wants to see where you can hide. With a cold cry, Old Devil Hu's body suddenly increased in speed. His claw grabbed at the Meru Pill. The distance between the two suddenly closed at this moment. Bang! At this critical moment, the Meru Pill instantly turned into Yen Bing's appearance. Her white hand suddenly smashed toward Old Devil Hu. Old Devil Hu's expression changed drastically when he saw Yen Bing. He was clearly aware of Yen Bing's strength. At this moment, he did not care whether the other party was Yen Bing or not. He had already attacked with all his strength. The Do Qi in his body surged wildly as his claw violently collided with hers. Bang! However, the result was somewhat different. Old Devil Hu's full-force palm instantly crushed the palm that was heading toward him. At this moment, Old Devil Hu suddenly reacted. The Yen Bing in front of him was a fake. Even though he had reacted in time, it was ultimately too late. This full-force attack might have exhausted the strength of the Meru Pill, causing it to once again return to its original body. However, it also caused it to instantly disappear from Old Devil Hu's sight. It could be considered to have barely escaped a calamity. Qi, however, in the next instant, the spiritual consciousness within the Sumeru Pill dissipated, and a white hand covered in frost descended, grabbing the pill in its palm. It was Yen Bing. Although this Meru Pill was scheming, how could it escape from Yen Bing's scheming? It could escape from Old Devil Hu, but it could not escape from Yen Bing's palm. Old Devil Hu's body slowly came to a stop in the empty space. He looked at Yen Bing, who appeared to have returned victorious. An obscure glint once again flashed across his eyes. However, he did not say anything. He glanced at Yen Bing's hand that was covered with frost, and the expression in his eyes involuntarily changed. His body immediately flashed and he returned to Mod's side. Bang! Just at this moment, the void square, which had just quietened down, rang out again. Everyone looked over once again. Above the void, a green elixir instantly flew out. It ignored the astonished gazes around it and instantly flew towards the crowd below. With the previous example, the Emperor Tribulation pill actually chose to flee the instant it came out. It was truly a straightforward decision. A mocking smile immediately appeared on Emodi's face when he saw this. At this moment, Xianxia was still sitting in front of the medicinal cauldron, completely ignoring the escape of the medicinal pill. Even the puppet beside him did not move. Did he really think that the Emperor Tier medicinal pill would return after escaping? At this very moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin's expressions changed once again when they saw this. Although they wanted to help, their statuses were special. As judges, they were unable to do anything. They could only watch as the Emperor Tribulation pellet shot into the city below. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw this. His body moved and he pounced towards the Emperor Tribulation pill in an attempt to help Xiao Yan stop it. Elder Xian had just moved when Luo Jin pulled him back. He gently shook his head and indicated to Elder Xian. After which, he pointed his chin at the calm and composed Xiao Yan below. A playful expression surfaced in his eyes as he opened his mouth and laughed. Let's wait and see. He should be confident. This Emperor Tribulation pill will not escape. Xiao Yan, who had his eyes shut and was slowly recovering his dou qi, slowly opened his eyes at this moment after his words sounded. The corner of his mouth was gradually lifted into a cold smile. Do you think you can escape? Chapter 227. Clamor. The ancient wildland city below had suddenly turned into an uproar while Xiao Yan's cold laughter sounded. Everyone in the entire ancient wildland city had personally witnessed the D-tier medicinal pill falling into the city. How could these Dozuns and Doshungs be willing to let go of such a great opportunity? Although this D-tier medicinal pill was refined by Xiao Yan and belonged to Xiao Yan, it had already fallen into the city. How could these ordinary experts not be tempted as long as they had the opportunity to obtain it? If it was an ordinary time, these fellows would naturally not dare to touch the things that belonged to Xiao Yan, who was a noble bandit. However, the current situation was completely different. The pill that had fallen into the city earlier was an D-tier medicinal pill. As long as any one of these people had the opportunity to consume an D-tier medicinal pill, they would be able to swiftly raise their strength in the blink of an eye. As long as one's strength broke through to the Band D class within a short period of time with the help of the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan's strength would not be as great as he wished. As long as he could quickly escape from the ancient wildland city, he would be able to become an exceptional expert in the future. How could they easily let go of such a good opportunity to rise to the top in a single step? Hence, the entire ancient wildland city had already become lively before the D-tribulation pill had fallen into the city. Earlier, someone had blocked the Sumru pill and they did not dare to attack. However, at this moment, this D-tribulation pill was equivalent to an ownerless item. Why would they hesitate? Immediately, the crowd in the sky pounced towards the sky like a wave. They wildly pounced towards the falling D-tribulation pill. This Emperor-grade pill is mine for sure. Whoever dares to fight with me, once my strength soars after I consume it, I will definitely personally destroy. Bang! Before his voice sounded, this old man had already exploded into a cluster of blood fog, causing the surrounding chaotic crowd to suddenly become quiet. At a glance, the old man who had attacked was actually an elite 8-star Do Sheng. Pumph. You actually dare to speak such nonsense in front of me with just this little strength. You are really reckless. D-tier medicinal pill is not something that trash like you can obtain. Those who do not wish to die should get lost. Otherwise, this old man will slap him to death. The frightening pressure that belonged to an 8-star elite Do Sheng swept apart after the old man's words sounded. It caused the expressions of everyone in the sky to change drastically. Their bodies hurriedly pulled back. They were afraid that they would end up in the same state as the old man earlier if this old man threw a punch at them. Although your strength is nothing much, your words are not wrong. How can a mere Do Sheng like you hope to obtain a D-tier medicinal pill? The old man had just suppressed the chaotic scene when an even more terrifying pressure instantly descended upon him. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the pressure because the owner of the pressure was actually a half-martial emperor. Who would have thought that the allure of an emperor-grade elixir would be so great that even a half-emperor would go crazy over it? The moment the half-step sovereign expert appeared, the people in the sky immediately dispelled their thoughts. In front of a half-step sovereign expert, they didn't even have the chance to fight. It wasn't worth it to compete with him for a sovereign-grade pill. The corner of this half-emperor's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile when he saw that no one dared to stop him. Clearly, he enjoyed the feeling of being feared by tens of thousands of people. Immediately, he ceased hesitating. His body moved and hurriedly chased after the Emperor Tribulation pill. At this moment, Xiaoyan finally moved in the empty square. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and the spiritual strength between his brows, which had recovered a little, instantly poured out. It swiftly spread over the city below. In an instant, the Emperor Tribulation pill once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he saw the half-emperor who was chasing after the Emperor Tribulation pill. Disgust and disdain immediately rose in his heart. This half-emperor had clearly advanced not long ago. However, he was thinking of using the method of swallowing an D-tier medicinal pill to raise his strength. This was going against the way of training. However, Xiaoyan coldly laughed in the blink of an eye. A glint flashed across both of his eyes as he coldly laughed in his heart. All right, since you want this Emperor Tribulation pill so much, I will let you have it. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's hands moved. The dou qi within his body was swiftly raised. His fingertips swiftly moved as though he was playing the piano. Numerous complicated seals were formed in Xiaoyan's hands. Freeze. The Emperor Tribulation pill, which was swiftly flying in the city below, seemed to have been controlled by something. The rapidly flying medicinal pill suddenly came to a halt in the air. When the half-emperor expert, who was following closely behind, saw this, he immediately rejoiced in his heart. Without any hesitation, he grabbed at the Emperor Tribulation pill. Bang! In the next moment, the Emperor Tribulation pill suddenly emitted light in all directions just as the half-emperor's hand was about to grab the Emperor Tribulation pill. Immediately, it transformed into a human figure that was no different from Xiaoyan. One of its hands grabbed the hand that was grabbing at it. The 5 fingers exerted force, and the half-emperor's hand became like a chicken's claw. The bones under the skin and flesh were instantly crushed. Fresh blood immediately surged out and dripped down along the hand. The heavy injury to his hand caused this half-martial emperor expert to involuntarily let out a miserable howl. In his panic, his entire arm involuntarily twitched as he attempted to forcefully withdraw his hand that had been restrained. Humph! However, the person in front of him merely sneered. An icy killing intent suddenly appeared in his green eyes. The 5 fingers that were grabbing the half-emperor's hand once again exerted force, and his wrist was twisted upwards. Following an extremely miserable cry, the half-emperor's hand was actually forcefully broken at the wrist. However, this was not the end. The Xiaoyan that was formed by the Emperor Tribulation pill suddenly exerted force on the hand that was holding the half-emperor's hand. He forcefully pulled the half-emperor up from the air. His hand loosened and clenched, grabbing the half-emperor's elbow and suddenly twisting his arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. In the next moment, the half-emperor's entire arm was forcefully broken at the joint. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. Before the half-emperor could react, Xiaoyan had attacked once again. Holding the broken arm in his hand, the killing intent in Xiaoyan's eyes instantly surged. With a spin of his hand, he suddenly stabbed the broken arm at the half-emperor. The broken arm was actually like a sharp sword in the hands of Xiaoyan at this moment. It instantly pierced through the half-emperor's chest. After which, Xiaoyan kicked out and sent the half-emperor flying. After doing all this, Xiaoyan still did not dare to be careless. He ignored the 1-star half-emperor that had been sent flying with a kick. His green eyes slowly lifted and revealed a fearful expression as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the 1,000-beast cauldron, above the void square. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiaoyan moved and once again flew into the sky. He stood not far behind Xiao Yan and stared straight at Xiao Yan. His face was grave, as if he was struggling with something in his heart. In the sky, Missouri D and the rest could not help but frown when they saw this scene. The Emperor Trial Elixir clearly had a chance to escape. Why did he fly back? Why? Not running anymore? Although this fellow was standing behind him, Xiao Yan was not the least bit worried that he would launch a sneak attack. The North King's strength was enough to deter him. Moreover, even if the North King was not present, he would still not be able to touch Xiao Yan. When the Emperor Trial Elixir heard this, he sneered again. His gaze paused on the North King, who was beside Xiao Yan. After which, he looked around and slowly raised his hand. He extended his index finger and slowly extended it towards the void in front of him. Chi. Suddenly, when that delicate finger extended to a certain distance, a chi sound was emitted from the void. A brilliant heavenly flame instantly rose and surrounded the Emperor Trial Elixir within it. This caused the Emperor Trial Elixir to hurriedly withdraw his finger. With this thing controlling me, I will not be able to escape even if I want to. This must have been added to my body before the pill was formed. Xiao Yan did not reply to this. It was not important whether it was added before or after. What was important was that as long as Xiao Yan was unwilling, this Emperor Trial Elixir would definitely not be able to escape from Xiao Yan's hands. At this moment, Luo Jin's elder Xian's eyes were once again firmly staring at the heavenly flame around the Emperor Trial Elixir. The hearts of the both of them were filled with shock. This time, he has taken out the Pill Tower's secret skill. Transforming Pill Ring. Just who is this Yan Xiao? Chapter 228. Old Xian and Luo Jin slowly looked at each other from the viewing gallery. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair. The Xiao Yan in front of them could be said to have broken their understanding of him time and time again. First, it was the heavenly flame. Next, it was that frightening dough technique. That Middle Region clan's technique, the God's Seal skill, the enviable medicinal cauldron on the heavenly cauldron ranking. Now, there was the addition of the Pill Tower's secret technique, the transforming pill ring. As long as any one of these items were taken out, it would make the entire continent go crazy. Yet, all of these things actually existed in Xiao Yan's body. Hence, it was unavoidable for people like Luo Jin to become suspicious. Just what was the identity of this Xiao Yan in front of them? At this moment, Xiao Yan slowly stood up from the stone stage. He turned around and looked at the Emperor Tribulation pill. A smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. After which, his eyes turned towards MOD on the other side. A glint flashed across his eyes. Xiao Yan and MOD's eyes met. Lifting his chin slightly, Xiao Yan smiled and said, "The champion spot is mine." Xiao Yan's words were uttered in exchange for a cold laugh from MOD. Although he did not know why the Emperor Tribulation pill had obediently returned, at the very least, this Emperor Tribulation pill had not been subdued by Xiao Yan. On the other hand, his Sumeru pill was already in MOD's hand. No matter how one put it, he, MOD, had one. What right did Xiao Yan have to boast like this? Humph. You can't even take back the medicinal pill. What are you going to use to fight with me for the champion spot? MOD slowly lifted his shriveled hand. He opened his palm and a round medicinal pill stood in his palm. As his palm opened, a rich pill fragrance spread, causing everyone to feel comfortable all over. An Emperor-tier medicinal pill was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head when he saw Xiao Yan flaunting his victory. After which, his eyes once again landed on the Emperor Tribulation pill. At this moment, the Emperor Tribulation pill still had a human appearance that was almost identical to Xiao Yan's. Although it had a grave expression on its face, from the looks of it, it was unwilling to submit. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw this. Even with the pill transformation ring on his body, he was still thinking of ways to get rid of him. This Emperor Tribulation pill was really something. What? You still want to struggle bitterly? Do you want me to personally deal with you? When the Emperor Trial pill heard this, his expression changed once again. Although he did not know what the thing around him was, he could feel an extremely terrifying pressure from it. This pressure was not effective on everyone, but it was used to suppress the spiritual intelligence of the pill. In this way, his heart became extremely heavy. It was difficult to imagine that if Xiao Yan were to make a move, then wouldn't he even have the chance to counterattack? I did not expect your means to be so powerful. Since you want to deal with me, I will not allow you to do so even if I have to self-destruct. This Di Jiedan let out a cold snort. This Di Jiedan was decisive. He was aware that he was no match for Xiao Yan. His body suddenly moved and he pounced toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, he swiftly raised both of his hands and the seals on his fingertips changed rapidly. He was really prepared to self-destruct to take Xiao Yan down with him. Xiao Yan could not help but sneer when he saw this. A mocking smile appeared on his face. He also raised his palms and quickly formed many complicated seals as he shouted coldly. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Aren't you thinking too much? As his voice faded, the seals in Xiao Yan's palms froze. At the same time, he suddenly shouted, Pill Transformation Divine Art. Withdraw. With a shout, the brilliant light circle around the Emperor Trial Pill rapidly shrank. The Emperor Trial Pill was forcefully withdrawn by Xiao Yan under the horrified gazes of the crowd. In the end, when the light circle turned into a ball of light, the Emperor Trial Pill once again returned to its original form. It turned into a Longan-sized green pill and flew into Xiao Yan's palm. Emperor Grade Pill, Emperor Trial Pill. At this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Xiao Yan only used a few breaths to successfully withdraw the Emperor Trial Pill. Such a scene shocked countless people. The Sumeru Pill from earlier was something that old Demon Hu and Yen Bing had personally taken action in order to obtain. Although it was not considered difficult, they had spent a great deal of effort. However, Xiao Yan had merely used a couple of breaths to swiftly retrieve a D-tier medicinal pill. Moreover, the entire process appeared to have been done in a casual manner. It was unlike old Demon who had acted in the same manner. Based on this point alone, Xiao Yan's ability could not help but make the onlookers gasp in admiration. To be able to casually subdue an Emperor Trial Pill, such means could be said to be divine. A cold smile slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he sensed the faint residual warmth being emitted from the medicinal pill in his hand. He lifted his hand and displayed the Emperor Calamity Pill in his hand in front of everyone. His gaze slowly swept over the entire place before exchanging glances with Gu Li and MOD in the air. After which, he looked at MOD on the opposite side. At this moment, MOD's pair of sinister old eyes were also staring at Xiao Yan. He did not expect that the Emperor Trial Pill would be so easily subdued by Xiao Yan. Moreover, the secret skills that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier were all things that he had never heard of. This caused MOD's expression to turn gloomy. How is it, Grandmaster MOD? Now, I have the ability to compete with you. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the gloomy MOD opposite him. He raised the Emperor Trial Pill in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. Humph. So what if you have subdued the Emperor Trial Pill? My Sumeru Pill was successfully refined long before yours. It's too late for you to take out the Emperor Trial Pill now. Too late, it's too late. MOD could not help but sneer when he saw the faint smile on Xiao Yan's face. MOD ignored Xiao Yan and directly looked at Gu Li and Qi Lin in the sky. The figure on the stone platform slowly flew into the sky and sneered at Gu Li and Qi Lin. Humph. From your point of view, the old Mi Sumeru Pill was successfully refined before Xiao Yan's Dijie Pill. Therefore, there is no need to say anything more. This champion spot should belong to the old me. Gu Li could not help but frown when he heard this. However, he immediately relaxed again. He exchanged glances with Qi Lin before he looked at MOD. He rolled his eyes and smiled as he said, Brother MOD, hi indeed. Based on the time, the championship should be Grandmaster MOD's. Before MOD could even reveal a happy expression, Gu Li sneered and continued with a smile. Don't worry, Brother Yen. But, we alchemists, when refining medicinal pills, ultimately don't compete on who can refine faster. After all, if we're just talking about time, then wouldn't casually refining a trash pill be enough to become the champion? Everyone nodded when they heard Gu Li's words. The reason why alchemists were respected was because of the quality of the pills they refined. Otherwise, out of the tens of thousands of alchemists on the continent, only a portion of them were known to the world. Indeed, Grandmaster Mod's Sumeru pill was successfully refined before Yen Zhao's Emperor Trial pill. However, the quality of these two pills still needs to be appraised before we can determine the champion. Mod could not help but frown when he heard Gu Li's words. When he saw the mysterious smile on Gu Li's face, Mod felt increasingly uneasy. Chapter 229. The crowd, who had dispersed because of the pill lightning earlier, had once again gathered in the huge empty square. Their eyes were all looking at the few figures in the middle of the square. Xiao Yan, Mod and the rest were standing in the middle of the square. The various experts in the judges' seats were also present. Everyone's eyes were looking at Xiao Yan and Mod. A cold snort was emitted from Mod's nose in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, he raised his hand high up under his sleeves. His 5 fingers slowly extended, and a round medicinal pill was exposed to the air in his palm. The instant this medicinal pill appeared, an extremely rich pill fragrance spread out. The rich pill fragrance was like a fog as it enveloped the medicinal pill, causing the medicinal pill to be faintly discernible when one looked at it. It appeared as though it was an illusion, giving it a somewhat mysterious appearance. TSK, is that the Shumi pill? It is indeed worthy of being an Emperor-tier medicinal pill. If I can get my hands on it, I won't have lived my life in vain. That's right. As long as I can obtain this Emperor-tier medicinal pill, I will be able to create another half-Emperor-level expert out of thin air. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. And he involuntarily laughed out loud at this moment when he heard the numerous exclamations that were transmitted from the mouths of the surrounding audience and the envious gazes that were shot over. His eyes, which were filled with a cold smile, slowly swept over the entire stadium. Finally, they landed on Xiao Yan. His hand was extended toward Xiao Yan. The medicinal pill in his hand also landed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Mod first glanced at Xiao Yan, after which, his eyes landed on the Shumi pill in his palm. He deeply inhaled a breath of the extremely rich pill fragrance. The corners of Mod's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Soon after, he laughed loudly. Shumi pill, an Emperor-tier medicinal pill. Its effect is to greatly increase the user's strength for a short period of time. If a half-Emperor level expert consumes it, his strength will increase by 1 to 2 stars for a short period of time. Whoosh! Loud cries of surprise immediately rang out from the crowd after Mod spoke. Everyone stared at the Meru pill in Mod's hand with a feverish expression. Even some half-step emperors revealed greedy gazes as they looked at Mod. Although the effect of the Shumi pill was not a permanent increase in the user's strength, just the fact that it could greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time was enough to make people excited. After all, when experts at the quasi-emperor realm fought, even the slightest difference in strength would cause the outcome of the battle. For example, although an 8-star half-martial emperor like Gu Li possessed the strength of a middle-stage 8-star half-martial emperor, when compared to Yan Bing who possessed the same cultivation level as him, they were 2 completely different levels. Yan Bing, who possessed the strength of a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor, was completely capable of completely suppressing Gu Li within 100 exchanges if she were to go all out. However, if Gu Li were to consume a Meru pill, he would be completely capable of instantly increasing his strength to that of a 9-star half-martial emperor in a short period of time. Although it would be impossible for him to increase his strength to that of a true Dodi, Gu Li would still have the opportunity to turn the tables on Yan Bing. Although there was only a single step of difference between a 9-star half-martial emperor and a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor, a 9-star half-martial emperor was capable of suppressing Yan Bing, who was at the peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. This was also the frightening aspect of the Meru pill. A miraculous medicinal pill that could reverse the situation of an entire battle. How could this not cause people to go crazy over it? Since that's the case, Grandmaster Modi, please bring the medicinal pill over so that the old man and the rest can appraise its quality. Hearing Modi's arrogant laughter, Gu Li instead smiled faintly. He placed his hands in his sleeves and looked at Mod with a sneer on his face as he spoke softly. Hearing Gu Li's words, Mod immediately revealed a dissatisfied expression. He withdrew his hand and stored the medicinal pill into his sleeve. With an ice-cold expression, he looked at Gu Li and coldly snorted. Humph! As a rank 2 alchemist, the D-tier medicinal pill that this old man has refined is without a doubt a pill. Do I need you to appraise it? Hearing this, Gu Li could not help but smile. He coldly laughed and suddenly waved his large sleeve. A majestic aura immediately spread out. At the same time, he coldly cried out once again. Mod, you are indeed a rank 2 alchemist. Naturally, no one will doubt the medicinal pill that you have refined. However, please do not forget that this is the Alchemist Grand Meeting that is being held right now. During this period of time, you are only a participant. This old man is the judge. As long as it is a medicinal pill refined by a participant, regardless of what rank you are, you must hand it over to this old man for appraisal. But is Grandmaster Mod planning to violate the rules of the Grand Meeting? If that is the case, please leave. This year's Grand Meeting will directly declare that you have forfeited. Hearing Gu Li's cold cry, Mod was so angry that his face trembled. Just as he was about to say something, Gu Li's threatening words forced him to swallow his words. This caused Mod to become even more furious. However, at the same time, Mod was helpless in the face of Gu Li's pressure. Given Gu Li's status, if he did not hand over the medicinal pill for appraisal, Gu Li could really declare that he had forfeited. This was not worth it for Mod. Humph! Even if I show it to you, it will not change the fact that this old man is the champion. With a cold snort, Mod waved his hand. The D-tier Shumi pill in his hand turned into a ray of light and directly flew towards Gu Li. Old Demon Hu and Old Demon Hu were standing beside Mod, also narrowed their eyes and looked at Gu Li. However, in Old Demon Hu's eyes, a different thought flashed across his mind when he saw the Shumi pill flying towards him. When Gu Li saw the medicinal pill flying towards him, he did not dare to be careless. After all, this was an D-tier medicinal pill. It was reasonable for him to face it properly. Just as the Shumi pill was flying towards him, Gu Li suddenly lifted his hand under his sleeves. An invisible gentle force instantly surged out from his palm and gently caught the medicinal pill that was flying towards him. At a glance, the expression in Gu Li's eyes involuntarily hardened. Although Mod was not a good person, it must be said that the Shumi pill that he had refined was indeed a completed pill. Moreover, based on its quality and the surging energy within it, this Shumi pill could be considered a top-tier pill amongst completed pills. After a careful inspection, Gu Li finally carefully passed the Shumi pill in his hand to Qi Lin. This Shumi pill still needed to be appraised by the other alchemist grandmasters in the judging panel before a conclusion could be reached. Therefore, Mod only took a second look at it and did not say anything. A moment later, when the Shumi pill was returned to Gu Li from the hands of the last alchemist grandmaster, the crowd once again looked curiously at Gu Li. After all, no matter how good Mod said this Shumi pill was, at the end of the day, Gu Li still had to represent all the judges to give a verdict. At that time, this Shumi pill would truly be considered an acknowledged D-tier medicinal pill. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Gu Li's gaze slowly swept across the entire place. As he looked at the black mass of people on the viewing platform, a smile slowly surfaced on the corners of Gu Li's mouth. After which, his gaze landed on Mod. The two of them looked at each other. Mod had a cold smile on his face. He was quite confident in his Shumi pill. This was because the Shumi pill could be said to be the highest quality D-tier medicinal pill that he had refined in a long time. It was because of this that Mod had absolute confidence in being able to defeat Xiao Yan. A long while later, everyone in the square was completely silent. When the entire place was completely silent, Gu Li slowly opened his mouth and smiled. D-tier medicinal pill, Shumi pill. Top-tier completed pill. In the next moment, the empty square, which had been silent for a moment, was immediately filled with deafening exclamations. When the answer in their hearts was confirmed by Gu Li, it finally caused these fellows to involuntarily cry out in surprise. From this, one could tell just how frightening the allure of an D-tier medicinal pill was. At this moment, Emodi's face was filled with arrogance as he laughed heartily. Finally, even Gu Li had no choice but to admit that his Shumi pill was a top-tier completed pill. Now, they would see how Xiao Yan could compare with him. Even though Xiao Yan's Emperor Tribulation pill was also a completed pill, he lost to MOD in terms of pill refinement speed. In the end, MOD was still the champion. The champion's position was already firmly nailed to MOD. At this very moment, even the audience on the viewing platform were looking at Xiao Yan with regretful expressions. This newly promoted rank 2 alchemist, who had received the most attention in recent months, had ultimately been defeated by a veteran alchemist. And D-tier medicinal pill was really not something that could be casually refined. Everyone, since we have already appraised Grandmaster MOD's Shumi pill, next, it should be the Emperor Tribulation pill refined by Yan Xiao. Suddenly, Gu Li's soft laughter once again sounded while the crowd was feeling sorry for Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also smiled towards Gu Li. He gently lifted his hand and the green Emperor Tribulation pill appeared in front of the crowd. However, the crowd no longer had any illusions about the Emperor Tribulation pill, which had already been declared the winner. All of them shook their heads as they looked at the Emperor Tribulation pill in Xiao Yan's hand. Waves of regretful sighs were emitted from their mouths. It was as though Xiao Yan's Emperor Tribulation pill had failed to be refined. Not only that, quite a number of people in the viewing gallery had already moved their bodies and flew back to the savage ancient city below. From their point of view, this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting had already come to an end. Since the champion had already been decided, there was no need to continue watching. Moreover, from the way everyone saw it at this moment, MOD's Sumru pill was many times better than Xiao Yan's Emperor Calamity pill regardless of whether it was the quality of the medicinal pill or the time used to refine it. Currently, the outcome of the Alchemist Grand Meeting had already been decided. Hence, it did not matter whether they saw or heard this Emperor Calamity pill. Compared to the soft sighs of the outsiders, Xiao Yan's face was calm. There was an indifferent smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked towards Gu Li. The two of them exchanged glances. In the end, both of them smiled with a tacit understanding and did not say anything. Xiao Yan handed the Emperor Tribulation pill in his hand to Gu Li and ignored her. Instead, he turned his gaze towards MOD. He wanted to see just what kind of expression MOD would have after hearing the outcome. When MOD saw the faint smile on Xiao Yan's face, he involuntarily frowned slightly. In his heart, he could not help but mutter, "How can Yan Xiao still smile when he has already reached such a stage? Or is he just forcing himself to smile in order to make me feel even more worried?" However, the more MOD looked at the mysterious smile on Xiao Yan's face, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. It was as though he had missed something on Xiao Yan's body. However, just as MOD was about to investigate once again, Yan Bing, who was standing by the side, suddenly unleashed her aura. Her icy blue eyes stared at Xiao Yan. The frightening aura that belonged to an expert at the peak of the advanced level of an 8-star bandit pounced toward Xiao Yan. Her icy cold killing intent was not hidden at all. It was just like an invisible sword that instantly slashed toward Xiao Yan's brow. This sudden scene caused Gu Li and the others on the other side to be unable to react in time. By the time they regained their senses, it was already too late. The terrifying aura pierced toward Xiao Yan's forehead. If Xiao Yan was unable to dodge it, it was likely that even if he was able to survive, his body would definitely be seriously injured and it would be difficult for him to live for long. However, just as the expressions of Gu Li and the others changed drastically, Xiao Yan's heart was as calm as an ancient well. Although the aura pouncing towards him was indeed terrifying, it was a little too naive to think that it could injure him, Xiao Yan. When the aura arrived, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Immediately, a black light rapidly flashed and appeared in front of him. At the same time, an incomparably large hand suddenly clenched into a fist. A punch was thrown towards the terrifying aura that was pouncing towards him. Bang! An explosive sound rang out. At this moment, the entire void square shook slightly. At the location of the explosion, numerous terrifying cracks involuntarily appeared on the hard void square, penetrating through the entire square. Seeing this, Yan Bing's icy blue eyes involuntarily hardened. She never imagined that the puppet beside Xiao Yan would actually be so powerful. Its strength in fighting across levels was not the slightest bit weaker than its master. With merely the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, it was actually able to fight against an expert at the peak of an 8-star half-martial emperor. From this, one could see how powerful this puppet was. Humph! Elder Yan Bing, aren't you going a little overboard by doing this? No matter what, Yan Xiao is the chief alchemist of our association. By attacking him in front of so many people from our alchemist association, you are truly not putting our alchemist association in your eyes. Gu Li coldly snorted. The various elders behind him immediately turned their gazes towards Yan Bing. The latter was also shocked by these gazes. She knew that now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Immediately, she coldly snorted and spoke in an indifferent voice. There is no need for you to scare this old man. If he had not threatened MOD first, this old man would be too lazy to take action. However, from the looks of it now, this chief alchemist of yours does have some ability. After her words sounded, Yan Bing involuntarily glanced at the Northern King, who was standing in front of Xiao Yan. The strength of this puppet caused even her to involuntarily feel some fear in her heart. After Gu Li coldly snorted once again, he turned his gaze back to the Emperor Trial pill in his hand. A moment later, when Gu Li once again carefully received the Emperor Trial pill from the Alchemist Grandmaster, a smile that had yet to be completely revealed on his old face finally slowly surfaced at this moment. At this moment, all the Alchemist Grandmasters from the Alchemist Association, with the exception of Qi Lin, and some of the independent alchemist judges who had come from outside, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. In their hearts, they did not dare to believe that the quality of the medicinal pill that had just flowed through their hands had actually reached such a level. At the same time, a pitiful expression involuntarily surfaced in the eyes of these alchemist grandmasters when they looked at MOD. Of course, most of them had gloating expressions. It was really rare for them to feel pity for someone like MOD, who would resort to unscrupulous means. A long while later, Gu Li raised the Emperor Trial pill in his hand with a brilliant smile in front of the remaining audience who had yet to leave. His eyes glanced at MOD, who had a suspicious expression on his face. After a couple of breaths, Gu Li finally opened his mouth and spoke with a pause between each word. D-tier medicinal pill, Emperor Trial pill. High grade, D-tier complete pill. Chapter 230. Emperor grade complete elixir. As soon as these 4 words were spoken, the entire place was shocked. Everyone present seemed to have heard something unbelievable at this moment. Some of them were even slightly stunned when the words Emperor grade complete pill rang out. It was as if they were unable to react in time because of these words. However, when they regained their senses and noticed the 4 words Emperor grade complete pill, in Gu Li's words, their faces immediately revealed an expression of disbelief and shock like the others. In the void, the spectators and some half-emperors who were about to leave hurriedly returned when they heard Gu Li's words. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Gu Li in the middle of the square. It was as if they wanted to verify the words that they had just heard. In an instant, the empty square, which had gradually become empty due to MOD's Sumeru pill, was once again filled with surging human heads. In the middle of the square, MOD's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Gu Li. The words that Gu Li had spat out from his mouth earlier were like a bolt from the blue to him. Even MOD himself did not dare to believe that Yan Xiao was actually able to refine an D-tier complete pill. In MOD's opinion, this was impossible no matter how one looked at it. An Emperor-grade complete elixir. Not to mention MOD, it was likely that any rank 2 alchemist present would not be able to refine it. It was also because of this that MOD's heart was greatly shocked when he heard that the D-calamity pill that Xiao Yan had refined was a complete D-tier pill. At the same time, a deep doubt appeared on his face. He did not doubt that the Emperor-grade complete elixir that Xiao Yan had refined was a true Emperor-grade complete elixir. After all, it was not as if no one present did not recognize an Emperor-grade complete elixir. However, MOD was suspicious of whether Xiao Yan's Emperor-grade complete elixir was truly an Emperor-grade complete elixir. The concept of an emperor-grade complete elixir had disappeared from the ancient savage city for too long, causing everyone to almost forget about it. After all, for nearly 1,000 years, the highest-ranked alchemist in the ancient savage city was only a rank 2 alchemist. Moreover, the success rate of an emperor-grade complete elixir had always been extremely low. Therefore, when everyone saw an emperor-grade complete elixir, their first thought was that it was a complete elixir. As for anything higher, they would never think about it. Now that the emperor-grade complete elixir had appeared, it would definitely cause a storm in the city. After this moment, Yan Zhao's name would definitely shake the southwest border. In the middle of the square, Emodi's lips trembled slightly as he looked at Gu Li. More accurately speaking, he was looking at the emperor-grade complete elixir in Gu Li's hand. At this moment, his skinny firewood-like body involuntarily trembled. Emodi's heart repeatedly muttered those 4 words. Emperor-grade complete elixir. Emperor-grade complete elixir. Emperor-grade complete elixir. The corners of Gu Li's mouth also curled into a cold smile as he looked at Emodi's pale face. He exchanged glances with Qi Lin by the side and immediately felt incomparably carefree in his heart. The large rock in his heart had finally shattered at this moment. They had finally managed to protect the association that they had painstakingly built in this grand meeting. Of course, they clearly understood that all of this was thanks to Xiao Yan. If not for him, the final winner today would not be them. Gu Li's body moved. He held the emperor-grade complete elixir that Xiao Yan had refined in his hand and slowly flew into the sky in front of tens of thousands of expectant gazes. His turbid old eyes swept across the entire square. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao Yan below. Gu Li's face finally revealed a smile that was difficult to hide. Immediately, he faced the entire square, raised the emperor-grade complete elixir in his hand high up and laughed out loud. Emperor-grade complete elixir, emperor-grade complete elixir. After being appraised by all the alchemist grandmasters in our judging panel, we have unanimously decided that it is an emperor-grade complete elixir. Clamor. Once again, this affirmation caused everyone in the square to release a thunderous cheer. Everyone looked at Gu Li with a fanatical expression. Emperor-grade complete elixir. It really is an emperor-grade complete elixir. This is something that has not been seen for hundreds of years. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers of the entire crowd, Gu Li also laughed heartily. However, immediately after, he pressed his palm on the empty space and comforted everyone. When everyone's gazes were uniformly on him, Gu Li opened his mouth again and smiled. He said, "Everyone's gazes are on him." This year's Alchemist Grand Meeting is the most popular one that this old man has seen in so many years. Not only did 2 Emperor-grade complete elixir appear in succession, most importantly, one of them is an Emperor-grade complete elixir. This old man, Gu Li, is proud of the prosperity of this Alchemist Grand Meeting. At the same time, this old man officially announces that the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting is Emperor-grade complete elixir? Now that the elixir is in your hands and the people behind you are from your alchemist association, it is only natural that you say so. However, this old man does not believe that this brat can refine an emperor-grade complete elixir. Who knows if this emperor-grade complete elixir was taken out by you from the alchemist association? In the empty space, before Gu Li finished speaking, Mod suddenly laughed wildly. His words caused everyone in the empty space to start whispering. Although Mod's words were not pleasant to hear, they were not without reason. When Mod saw this scene, he could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. He continued to speak with a smile. But that's right. In order to protect one's position in the association, there is nothing wrong with doing this. However, you have also said that this is the Alchemist Grand Meeting. During the Grand Meeting, anyone who oversteps his authority will be disqualified. It seems like our association leader Gu Li is trying to steal from his own people. Modi, have you said enough? As the judge of the Grand Meeting, this old man's judgment is fair. I disdain to do such despicable acts. With a cold snort, Gu Li waved his sleeves and retorted Mod's words. His face was cold as he looked at Mod. His gaze was extremely cold as he continued to speak. Moreover, little friend Yan Zhao's alchemy skills are superb. He can even refine an emperor-grade complete pill. Why do I need to use more tricks? On the contrary, you, MOD, only think about how to win the championship. You have used all kinds of tricks in the competition. Humph, I didn't expect that even God is not willing to help you. In the end, all your efforts are in vain. In the end, it's just that your strength is not good enough. Why do you have to deceive yourself? A series of cold and disdainful ridicule immediately caused MOD's face to turn red. His heart was incomparably furious because of these words. It was a long while later before he laughed out of anger. Ha, good. Gu Li, I did not expect you to have such a sharp tongue. That's great. However, this old man does not believe it. Can this brat refine an emperor-grade complete elixir? After saying so much, you just want to personally check the quality of my elixir, right? Xiao Yan, who had been looking at MOD, smiled faintly as MOD's words sounded. The corners of his mouth were lifted into a cold smile as he casually opened his mouth and asked. MOD once again snorted coldly upon hearing this. However, he did not refute. His gaze swept coldly at Xiao Yan before it once again landed on Gu Li. You alone cannot determine the quality of this elixir. It must be appraised by this old man. At that time, even if I lose, this old man will be convinced. MOD's words were filled with a strong sense of righteousness. However, an obscure glint flashed across his eyes as he spoke. When Gu Li heard MOD's words, he immediately laughed coldly. Based on his understanding of MOD, he naturally did not believe these words. It was even more impossible for Gu Li to hand over the Emperor Trial Elixir in his hand. Otherwise, if he were to hand it over to Gu Li, who knew what would happen to the elixir in his hands? At that time, he would not be able to explain himself. This will not do. According to the rules of the Grand Meeting, the elixir refined by an alchemist cannot be appraised by a competitor. I think you should not spend any more effort. Association leader Gu Li, since a competitor cannot do it, it is not against the rules to let others appraise it, right? At this point, MOD was clearly prepared. He looked at Old Demon Who with a faint smile. The latter also smiled. He looked at Gu Li with a strange smile and opened his mouth to speak. That's right, Association leader Gu Li. Since Master MOD cannot do it, let us old fellows appraise it. I believe that I have the ability to identify an Emperor Trial Elixir. You? Gu Li's expression changed again when he heard Old Weirdo Who's words. Just as he was about to say something, the audience in the arena began to chime in. According to common sense, MOD's request was indeed reasonable. It was not unreasonable at all. Gu Li immediately frowned when he heard the waves of private conversations that were transmitted from around him. A dense chill was revealed on his elderly face. This MOD was really stubborn. Even at such a time, he was actually still thinking of using clever words to obtain the champion position. This kind of person was really detestable. However, just as Gu Li was feeling troubled in his heart, Xiao Yan's faint joking voice was once again transmitted from afar. Association leader Gu Li, since Master MOD has said so and his request is not overboard, from what I see, you can rest assured and let him appraise the elixir. Since he has already said those words in front of everyone, he is also a person who keeps his promises. A smile immediately surged on MOD's face when he heard this. He waved his sleeve and extended his hand toward Gu Li. He laughed and said, Association leader Gu Li, it seems that the chief alchemist of your alchemist association is more reasonable. Since he has already said so, shouldn't you consider handing the elixir over to me? Gu Li was stunned when he heard Xiao Yan's words. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan with a face full of astonishment. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually speak up for MOD. Gu Li's heart appeared to have consumed a calming pill when he saw the indifferent smile on Xiao Yan's face. Although he did not quite understand, he still gently nodded. He did not ask any further. Immediately, he once again turned his eyes to MOD and snorted coldly. Humph! Even if I want to give it to you, I won't give it to you. Get out of my way. Gu Li suddenly waved his sleeve. However, he was too lazy to say anything more to MOD. His gaze was cold as he stared directly at old demon Hu. Mod sneered. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Guli, after which, he turned his head to look at old demon Hu. When the latter felt Mod's gaze, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He nodded his head and looked at Guli with a smile. Since that is the case, Association Leader Guli, you should hand this elixir over to me. If I can guarantee that it is indeed grade complete elixir after my appraisal, Master Mod can only accept it willingly. As his voice faded, old devil Hu extended his shriveled hand toward Guli. His dark skin and sharp nails, in addition to the wrinkles that were filled with age, made the hand in front of Guli look just like the claws of a devil. After taking a deep breath, Guli looked at Xianxia again, hoping that he would take back his words. After all, no matter what method Xianxia had, once the Emperor Trial Elixir fell into old demon Hu's hands, it was inevitable that old demon Hu would cause some trouble. However, Guli did not expect Xianxia to smile calmly and nod his head when he saw Guli's gaze. He indicated for Guli to be at ease. Subsequently, Xianxia turned his gaze again and looked at Mod. He laughed loudly. Since Master Mod has invited external help to appraise my elixir, for the sake of fairness, I would like to invite someone to appraise my elixir again. After Xianxia said this, Mod's eyes immediately hardened. Old demon Hu could not help but frown. After exchanging glances with Yan Bing, he instantly looked at a certain spot on the viewing platform. That was where Elder Xian and Luo Jin were. Gu Li's face immediately revealed an unexpected smile when Xiaoyan's words left his mouth. Xiaoyan's body suddenly turned around after his words sounded. He cupped his hands together and cupped them in the direction of Old Xian. At the same time, his mouth suddenly laughed and said, "Old Xian, I am the Chief Alchemist of the Alchemist Association, Yan Xiao. I would like to invite Yunin Pavilion's Elder Xian to appraise my Emperor Elixir." As soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, everyone's gaze immediately followed Xiaoyan's line of sight. Many people in the arena immediately recognized Elder Xian in the viewing platform. Although Elder Xian had helped Xiaoyan before, the audience thought that he had done so because of Qin Zhong's loyalty. However, judging from Xiaoyan's current attitude, there seemed to be something fishy going on. Opposite Xiaoyan, Mod's expression instantly changed when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Xiaoyan's words earlier were not just inviting Elder Xian. He had even mentioned the Yunin Pavilion. He was not inviting Elder Xian, but inviting Yunin Pavilion. At this moment, Mod finally recalled something. When he had just arrived at the ancient Wildland city, he had personally seen Elder Xian accompany Xiaoyan into the Yunin Pavilion. At that time, the Yunin Pavilion had announced to the public that it was temporarily closed. Now that he thought about it, the situation at that time was probably caused by Yan Xiao. At this moment, even Old Monster Hu's face could not help but change into a deep grave expression. The deterrence of the Yunin Pavilion was something that even an expert of his level could not compare to. If Elder Xian was really representing Yunin Pavilion, then he would not have the chance to make a move. Xiaoyan would definitely become the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Chapter 231. Since young friend Yan Xiao has said so, this old man will respectfully accept. Actually, this old man also wants to see the Emperor Grade Complete Elixir that young friend has refined. On the spectator stand, Elder Xian revealed a warm smile on his face when he heard Xiaoyan's words. With a chuckle, he flew down from the stage and landed beside Xiaoyan. I didn't expect young friend Yan Xiao to be able to refine an Emperor Grade Complete Elixir at such a young age. You are really amazing. Today, this old man will have the opportunity to feast my eyes. As soon as he landed, Elder Xian cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan and laughed heartily. Xiaoyan cupped his hands once again when he saw this. Then, the two of them looked at Gu Li at the same time. Gu Li was delighted when he saw the two of them acting this way. He knew that Old Monster Hu was definitely afraid of the Yunin Pavilion's power. As long as Elder Xian came forward to appraise it, Old Monster Hu would definitely not dare to do anything to him. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Gu Li's figure, which was standing in the air, slowly descended. The identity that Elder Xian represented was not ordinary. Xiaoyan dared to look down on him, but Gu Li did not have the guts. Even his alchemist association could not match the power of the Union Pavilion at the border of the continent. When Gu Li's figure landed, Elder Xian immediately looked at Old Monster Hu. His old eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, "Old Monster Hu, why don't you go first?" In the face of Old Xian's words, Old Devil Hu immediately shook his head. He took half a step back and laughed dryly with an awkward expression. Let's go with the principle of proximity. Since you're the closest, Elder Xian will go first." When Elder Xian heard this, his eyes met with Xiao Yan's for a moment, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Usually, this old monster who could be considered to be quite courageous, but today, in front of the Union Pavilion, he was unexpectedly so timid. He was really someone who was bullied by the weak and feared the strong. In that case, this old man will watch first. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Xian raised his hand and attempted to take the Emperor Tribulation pill from Gu Li's hand. "Wait, Elder Xian, since old freak who doesn't dare, then this old man will take a look on behalf of Sea Cloud Palace." Elder Xian furrowed his brow when he heard Yan Bing's soft acknowledgement. He lifted his head and saw that Yan Bing was already standing in front of him. She had an indifferent look on her face, as if she didn't care about Elder Xian at all. Seeing that Yan Bing had even brought up Sea Cloud Palace, Elder Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was about to say something, but at this moment, an even more domineering voice descended from the sky like thunder, causing everyone present to be shocked. "Sea Cloud Palace, if those old fellows were here, it would be fine. But you alone are not worthy of representing Sea Cloud Palace." An extremely domineering voice sounded, followed by an explosion. The explosion sounded like a meteor falling. In the center of the void square, a storm filled with domineering aura and dust suddenly swept out. When the dust settled, everyone raised their heads and looked over. As far as their eyes could see, the vast void square had already been torn apart. Terrifying cracks spread across the entire square like a spider web. At this moment, in the center of the square, a burly bald old man wearing an alchemist robe was standing. An extremely domineering aura spread out from his body. Anyone who came into contact with it would instantly change their expression. The domineering pressure within the aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the pressure of an 8-star half-emperor like Yan Bing. In fact, from a certain point of view, it was even superior. Mod, Yan Bing and the rest turned to look at the bald old man. With a single glance, a storm rose in their hearts. They had never expected that this fellow had actually returned to the ancient savage city. It was a long while later before the three of them exclaimed in unison, "Zhou Tai!" Compared to the shock of the three of them, Xiao Yan, Gu Li and the others were much calmer. When Elder Xian saw the person who had come, his eyebrows immediately lifted. He was also a little surprised in his heart. Zhou Tai, who had left for many years, had actually returned at this moment. Elder Xian's eyes secretly glanced at Xiao Yan by the side. After which, he looked at the Emperor Tribulation pill and involuntarily sneered in his heart. "Humph, Modi, if you admit defeat now, I will let you walk out of the ancient savage city. Otherwise, if I attack, you can forget about returning." Zhou Tai did not say much. Instead, he turned his eyes and stared at Mod. His overbearing cry caused the entire square to tremble. At the same time, an extremely frightening overbearing pressure instantly pressed down on Mod. Mod's face turned pale as he stared at Zhou Tai. Mod's expression changed drastically as the pressure swept over him. His legs turned to jelly and he directly knelt on the ground. The stone slab beneath him instantly shattered, and his legs were violently embedded into it. His entire body was firmly pressed to the ground, and he was unable to move even a little. Behind Mod, Yan Bing's expression involuntarily changed when she saw that Zhou Tai had directly attacked. Her body moved and she wanted to charge towards Zhou Tai. However, Zhou Tai coldly snorted and waved his large sleeve. A ray of light immediately shot towards Yan Bing. The latter's expression changed when she saw this. She did not dodge. Instead, she extended her hand and grabbed the light in her palm. When Yan Bing focused her eyes on it, her expression immediately turned solemn. The object that Yan Bing caught was an alchemist badge that was made from a special metal material. This badge looked like a miniature version of a shield. The unique symbol of a rank 3 alchemist was carved on it. At the center of the badge, there was an extremely domineering, tyrant word. This word was Zhou Tai's symbol. Seeing the word was like seeing the person. From this badge, one could tell that Zhou Tai's current status definitely belonged to the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance that he had mentioned. It was definitely not as simple as an alchemist branch. Humph. Yan Bing, this is the badge issued by the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance. I believe that you should recognize it. The moment Zhou Tai's words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone in the arena, with the exception of Xiao Yan, immediately changed. Even the expressions of old Xian and Luo Jin, who was in the viewing gallery, changed slightly. Clearly, these words of Zhou Tai had caused even them to feel extremely surprised, much less Yan Bing, who was currently holding the alchemist badge in her hand. Great waves finally surged in Yan Bing's indifferent heart as she looked at the alchemist badge in her hand. The Alchemist Alliance was the true headquarters of the Pill Tower in the various regions. It was unexpected that Zhou Tai had already reached such a stage. Yet, they were actually still dreaming of fighting for the Alchemist Association in this savage ancient city. At this moment, old demon who had completely softened. Now that Zhou Tai had returned in a powerful manner, the outcome had already been decided. The current situation was no longer something that they could control. Ignoring the fact that Xiao Yan had really refined a complete D-tier pill, just the fact that Elder Xian represented the Union Pavilion had already caused MOD and the rest to go all out. At this moment, Zhou Tai had appeared in a domineering manner and intimidated the entire situation by himself. Forget about Yan Bing, who was only a deacon of Sea Cloud Palace. Even if other powerful elders of Sea Cloud Palace were to come, they would still be unable to do anything to Zhou Tai. With the Alchemist Alliance as his backing, it was impossible for Sea Cloud Palace to touch Zhou Tai. Humph. I'll return it to you. Yan Bing coldly snorted. Yan Bing was not a cowardly person. Compared to old demon who did not have any backing behind him, he was more confident in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, Yan Bing threw the badge in his hand back to Zhou Tai. At the same time, the terrifying aura of a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor instantly erupted and helped MOD to cancel out the terrifying domineering aura. With one hand controlling MOD, Yan Bing could not be bothered with old demon who. His expression was gloomy as he flew out of the arena. Elder Yan Bing. MOD was naturally unwilling to give up the champion's position. However, Yan Bing's heart was currently filled with rage. Just as he was about to speak, he was immediately blocked by Yan Bing's extremely cold gaze. Compared to Zhou Tai, Yan Bing was the one who made MOD feel more terrified. If he had really angered Yan Bing would never purposely punish him like Zhou Tai did. Given Yan Bing's temperament, he would not hesitate to freeze him in an instant. When Yan Bing turned around and left, his extremely cold gaze swept past Xiao Yan. The killing intent in his eyes was like a raging storm at this moment, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily have a bad premonition. Noticing Yan Bing's cold gaze, the expressions of Gu Li and Elder Xian beside Xiao Yan changed slightly. After which, they both turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan. Seeing this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled. He helplessly spread out his hands and said, "I also don't know. This is the first time I've seen him. Who knows where his enmity comes from?" The two of them helplessly shook their heads when they saw Xiao Yan's helplessness. They could only turn their gazes towards MOD. Currently, other than MOD, there was no one else in this savage ancient city who dared to oppose Xiao Yan. After Yan Bing left with MOD, old monster who felt extremely carefree in his heart. However, when he saw that there was a tiger in front of him and a wolf behind him, he felt extremely helpless in his heart. He did not expect that the grand competition, which he originally had absolute confidence in, would end up in such a state. At this moment, old monster who had also clearly seen the faction behind Xiao Yan. Currently, Xiao Yan was not alone. He had Gu Li, an 8-star half-martial emperor. Additionally, there was the Yun'in Pavilion, which had yet to appear. Now, there was also the Alchemist Alliance's Zhou Tai. The drama in the savage ancient city was becoming increasingly intense. Old Monster who turned around and suddenly looked at Xiaoyan. The expression on his face fluctuated and an extremely obscure glint flashed across his sinister old eyes. Although MOD had given him quite a lot of benefits, and this was also the reason why Old Monster who had helped MOD, he also coveted the full-grade Emperor Tribulation pill in Xiaoyan's hands. If he had the means to obtain it, he would definitely not let it go. Old Monster who actually cupped his hands together towards Xiaoyan in front of the stunned gazes of the Xiaoyan trio. The Yanbing duo, who had already left, naturally did not have the face to see this scene. However, it also caused the spectators in the viewing gallery to involuntarily feel strange. Xiaoyan also looked at the Emperor Tribulation pill in Gu Li's hand with a thoughtful expression. A cold smile involuntarily surfaced in his heart. However, he remained silent on the surface. He shrugged his shoulders and watched Old Monster who turn around and leave. Chapter 232. The departure of the MOD trio naturally meant that this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting had officially come to an end. The farce between the strong practitioners had finally come to an end. Everyone gradually realized that the seemingly calm and peaceful savage ancient city was secretly surging with turbulent undercurrents. Unknowingly, the savage ancient city had already been divided by two large factions. On one side was the Alchemist Association, which belonged to Xiaoyan's faction. Of course, this was merely on the surface. With people like Elder Xian and Zhou Tai, the Alchemist Association's true strength had long surpassed the Alchemist Association of the past. Additionally, with Xiaoyan's terrifying talent in alchemy, the golden signboard of Xiaoyan's Emperor Tier Complete Pill, there would likely be an endless stream of independent alchemists who would come to join the Alchemist Association. At that time, the Alchemist Association's strength in the savage ancient city would be even more terrifying than it was now. After the MOD trio's figures had completely disappeared, Zhou Tai also withdrew his domineering aura. He walked over to Xiaoyan's side and chatted with the three of them. After which, Zhou Tai and Elder Xian once again appraised the Emperor Tribulation pill in front of the countless number of spectators. This result was naturally within their expectations. After the joint appraisal by the two elders, the Emperor Tribulation pill that Xiaoyan had refined was undoubtedly an Emperor Tier Complete pill. If this answer came from Gu Li's mouth, perhaps the spectators would be skeptical. However, after the two super faction representatives, Zhou Tai and Elder Xian, said it, everyone had no choice but to believe it. It was impossible for the Alchemist Alliance and the Union Pavilion to fake it. Even Zhou Tai and Elder Xian could not do so. After all, they were currently representing two factions and not themselves. When this answer sounded once again, it was no surprise that the stadium, which had been completely silent because of Zhou Tai's overbearingness, suddenly erupted into earth-shaking cheers. Compared to MOD, Xiaoyan's victory caused everyone to be even more excited. Immediately, Zhou Tai turned around. With a wave of his large sleeve, an overbearing force swept out, causing the expressions of everyone present to change instantly when they sensed that aura. The stadium from earlier immediately quietened down once again. I shall not speak any more nonsense with all of you. Now that old fellow MOD has already scrammed. This Emperor Tribulation pill has also been personally appraised by this old man. In that case, everyone should naturally have an answer in their hearts. This old man will now announce that the champion of this Alchemist Grand Meeting is This time around, after Zhou Tai's announcement, a deafening excited roar immediately sounded in the large stadium. Countless numbers of people's faces as they stood up from their seats, waving to the point where their faces flushed red. They waved their hands, waving the things in their hands. For a time, the entire stadium had Yan Zhaozi's atmosphere. It was no wonder that these people would feel this way. In the Alchemist Grand Meeting in the past, it was basically the alchemists from the ancient savage city who fought for the champion spot. Hence, the hearts of the audience did not feel much hatred for a common enemy. However, this time around, the bet between the two associations had nearly caused Gu Li's group to lose their association. In this way, they had an invisible feeling that they would rather allow the alchemists from their own city to fight until their heads bled in the grand meeting than allow the members of the other associations to strut around here. This was because this ancient savage city belonged to them. The Alchemist Association was something that they had watched grow step by step. The dignity of the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association would definitely not allow an outsider to trample on it. Currently, just as everyone was about to return in disappointment, Xiao Yan had turned the situation around in an instant with the attitude of a strong person. By relying on an Emperor-complete pill, he had suppressed the situation in the stadium. At this moment, his identity was the chief alchemist of the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association. At this moment, Xiao Yan represented the benefactor of the Alchemist Association and was also the hero of the ancient savage city. Xiao Yan had saved the Alchemist Association and protected the association's dignity. At the same time, he had also satisfied the feelings in the hearts of the people in the ancient savage city who did not wish for their own faction to be invaded by other factions. Now, Xiao Yan was not only the savior of the Alchemist Association, he was also a heroic figure to the entire ancient savage city. After this battle, Xiao Yan's name would be completely known in the ancient savage city. At the same time, Xiao Yan would definitely receive the respect of countless people in the ancient savage city. From a certain point of view, the reputation that Xiao Yan had obtained was not solely based on himself. Although the Emperor-complete pill was not bad, it could only allow Xiao Yan to obtain the champion's spot in this grand meeting. At the very most, it could only exchange for some reputation that he could refine Emperor-complete pills. When it came to the next alchemist grand meeting, he would similarly be forgotten by others. However, Immortal's appearance did not only represent that Xiao Yan had refined an Emperor-complete pill. Not only was Immortal a veteran rank 2 alchemist, he had also come as a representative of Nanlin City. Immortal's eventual failure had further enhanced Xiao Yan's reputation. Even though it could not be engraved in everyone's hearts, at the very least, when the Alchemist Grand Meeting was held in the future, these people would eventually recall the young man called Yen Xiao, who had saved the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association. A relaxed smile involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's somewhat pale face as he heard the waves of thundering cheers that were transmitted from around him. His rippleless eyes slowly swept over the entire place. Xiao Yan was not very concerned about his reputation. However, this kind of scene in front of him caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily feel a little joy. After all, there was no one who did not like being worshipped and respected. Xiao Yan was no exception. His calm eyes slowly swept across the place. Finally, Xiao Yan's eyes paused on a jade fan on the viewing platform. More accurately speaking, it should be the owner of the fan. Luo Jin. Their eyes met. The two of them did not exchange any courteous words. All they did was smile in their hearts. After which, Xiao Yan once again turned around. He knew that Luo Jin did not wish to expose himself to the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Otherwise, with the eyesight of these Bandi experts present, how could they not recognize him? All right. We can talk when we return. This is not the place to talk. After the grand meeting is over, these people will leave on their own. Let's also leave. Gu Li also smiled while the few of them chatted. He glanced at the sky and smilingly said to Xiao Yan's group. The few of them nodded upon hearing this. Zhou Tai laughed heartily and took the lead to walk out of the arena. Xiao Yan and the rest also slowly followed behind him. Following the departure of these few people, the Alchemist Grand Meeting, which had been the focus of attention for the past few months, finally slowly came to an end at this moment. Chapter 233. Xiao Yan, Gu Li and the rest were currently standing in a large hall of the Alchemist Guild. As the champion of the Alchemist Grand Meeting and the hero of the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Yan was naturally pushed to the main seat by Gu Li. When the other people present and some of the elders of the Alchemist Guild saw this, they smiled and nodded. In their opinion, given Xiao Yan's current status in the Alchemist Guild, it was reasonable for him to sit there. Not bad. Little brat Yen Xiao, you are able to refine a complete D-tier pill on your first try. That old brat MOD probably hates you to the core now. After everyone took their seats, Zhou Tai immediately laughed out loud. his words were filled with disdain for Mod. When his words rang out, the elders of the Alchemist Guild present also laughed together. One of the elders involuntarily stood up and looked at Zhou Tai. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a heroic expression. Given the strength of the few of you, even if Mod is extremely bold, he will definitely not dare to create trouble. After this elder spoke, the other elders beside him immediately smiled and nodded. From their point of view, with Gu Li, Qi Lin, Old Xian and Zhou Tai, the current Alchemist Guild was comparable to some second-rate factions. Even if Mod had Yan Bing and Old Monster who, they were merely 2 8-star half-martial emperors. On the other hand, they had a total of 3 8-star half-martial emperors. Moreover, there was also Zhou Tai and the other members of the Alchemist Alliance present. How could Mod possibly dare to act rashly? However, when Zhou Tai and the rest heard these words, a solemn expression immediately appeared on their faces. When he saw the relaxed expressions of the few elders, he snorted coldly and reprimanded them. Humph! Confidence is a good thing. However, if everyone had the same mindset as you, wouldn't this continent have long been in chaos? Zhou Tai's furious rebuke caused the expressions of the few elders to change. They originally thought that Zhou Tai would praise them with a smile. However, they did not expect that they would end up with such an outcome. Immediately, they hurriedly lowered their heads and carefully listened to every word that Zhou Tai said. This time, I've stayed in the wilderness for 2 more months. This is my limit. I'll leave in a few days, and Elder Xian can't stay in the Alchemist Guild forever. If the 2 of us leave, who will take charge of this place? The expressions of the few elders immediately became ugly after another merciless reprimand. However, they did not have any reason to refute the former's words. Moreover, they did not have the courage to do so. Zhou Tai's overbearingness and ruthlessness was something that everyone in the ancient savage city knew. If he was truly angry, even Gu Li would not give him any face, much less them. All right, you guys can leave first. The corners of Zhou Tai's mouth curled. He could not be bothered to say anything more. With a wave of his sleeve, he dismissed the few elders from the Alchemist Guild. When the few elders heard this, even though their positions in the Alchemist Guild were quite high, and even Gu Li had to give in to them, they hurriedly stood up and smiled apologetically when they heard Zhou Tai's words. They did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces as they swiftly left the hall. When they left, they did not forget to carefully close the door of the hall. When he saw this scene, Zhou Tai sneered and turned his head. With regards to the departure of those few elders, Gu Li and Qi Lin did not say much. These elders were usually a little domineering, but after all, they were the cornerstones of the Alchemist Association. As the president, Gu Li could not say much. Now that they were taught a lesson by Zhou Tai, it was rather to his liking. Old Xian faintly smiled in the face of this. A glint flickered in his eyes, but his eyes never left Xiao Yan. To Elder Xian, the only reason he was sitting here was because of his relationship with Xiao Yan. Although Zhou Tai was now a member of the Alchemist Guild, in Elder Xian's eyes, he was nothing. When it came to management, Xiao Yan was still not good at it. When he saw the few people leave, Xiao Yan directly looked at Zhou Tai and smiled as he spoke. I did not expect Elder Zhou to still be in the ancient savage city. I thought that you had already left. At this point, Gu Li also turned his gaze with a puzzled expression. In his heart, he was also extremely puzzled. Back then, he had personally seen Zhou Tai leave the ancient savage city. Today, he did not expect that Zhou Tai would still be in the city. Moreover, he had appeared at such a crucial moment. Kid, you are right. Logically speaking, I still have some matters to attend to and should have left long ago. However, I heard that Elder Luo had stood up for you. This piqued my curiosity, so I decided to return. However, I did not tell you. But it seems that it was a good thing that I did not tell you. Otherwise, that old brat Mod would really dare to behave atrociously in the ancient savage city. When they heard Zhou Tai's words, the 3 of them immediately understood. However, when Gu Li looked at Zhou Tai, there was a gloomy expression in his eyes. From time to time, his gaze would also glance at the badge in Zhou Tai's hand that was suffused with a metallic luster. That was the identity badge that the Alchemist Guild had issued to Zhou Tai. The latter also noticed this, and a glint flashed across his eyes. After which, he casually smiled and casually threw the badge towards Gu Li. Gu Li's hand caught the badge that was flying towards him. His face was gloomy as he lifted his eyes to look at Zhou Tai. He bitterly smiled and said, "I did not expect that you have already been invited to join the Alchemist Guild." Zhou Tai smiled when he heard this. His eyelids lowered slightly as he nodded. In his heart, he knew that joining the Alchemist Guild was something that Gu Li had been looking forward to for most of his life. It was a pity that his alchemy skills had stopped at rank 2 alchemist. He had not been able to improve for many years. The minimum requirement to join the Alchemist Guild was to be a rank 4 alchemist. If Gu Li could not reach rank 4 in his alchemy skills, he would never be able to join the Alchemist Guild. As for Zhou Tai's invitation, it was not because Zhou Tai wanted to join the Alchemist Guild. It was because his alchemy talent was too terrifying that the Alchemist Guild took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him. When Xiaoyan saw this scene and heard about the Alchemist Guild many times, he could not help but feel curious. He frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Tai and asked with a tone filled with curiosity, "Senior Zhou, may I ask if the Alchemist Guild you mentioned just now is another faction formed by alchemists?" When Xiaoyan's words came out, the expressions of everyone present, including Elder Xian, changed slightly. Their expressions were filled with indescribable astonishment. They looked at Xiaoyan as if they were looking at an alien. The corners of Gu Li's and Qi Lin's mouths twitched intensely. They had once heard Xiaoyan say that he had just left the mountain. Therefore, he was not familiar with the outside world. However, they did not expect him to be completely ignorant of the Alchemist Guild. He was even guessing what kind of faction it was. Elder Xian's eyebrows were tightly knit together at this moment. He did not expect Xiaoyan to not know what kind of faction the Alchemist Guild was. However, if this was the case, then what was going on with the Dou techniques that only the middle region possessed on Xiaoyan? Chapter 234. After a general explanation from Zhou Tai's group, Xiaoyan finally had a general understanding of the somewhat inexplicable Alchemist Alliance. Xiaoyan had originally thought that the Alchemist Alliance should have been established by a certain faction in the southern region. This was because an alliance was usually formed by 2 or more different factions joining together. For example, the Sky Mansion Alliance on the Douqi continent was formed by many factions working together. However, after hearing Zhou Tai's explanation, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little surprised. This was because the Alchemist Alliance was actually a faction that belonged to the Pill Tower. Moreover, such an alliance was spread across the various large provinces on the continent. For example, the western region that Xiaoyan was about to head to had an Alchemist Alliance. All the Alchemist associations in each province were under the control of the Alchemist Alliance. They were layered over one another. Moreover, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel even more surprised was that these alchemist alliances were not only established by the Pill Tower, but they were also personally managed by the Pill Tower. At least half of the upper echelons of the alliance came from the headquarters of the Pill Tower in the middle region. A super faction on the continent would actually disperse its strength to the border of the continent, a desolate and barren place, and establish an insignificant new faction. This indeed caused quite a number of people to feel extremely doubtful in their hearts. On the surface, this kind of action was indeed the Pill Tower expanding its own faction, causing it to become even stronger. This might not appear to be a problem, but if one thought about it, with the Pill Tower's absolute ability to gather people, there was no need for them to use such an action if they really wanted to expand their faction. They could simply use the name of the Pill Tower to gather experts from all over. In this way, it would not be long before an endless stream of experts would take the initiative to join the Pill Tower. After all, no one would reject the invitation of the number 1 faction on the continent. However, from the current situation of the Alchemist Alliance, it did not appear that they were expanding their faction. On the contrary, they seemed to be guarding it. The Alchemist Alliance was scattered across every province on the continent. Adding the alchemist associations in the various cities, it was like an enormous network of factions that covered the entire Yuanwu continent. Although they had recruited quite a number of alchemists, they were ultimately entrenched in one place. They were not like the other factions that only expanded. Instead, they were continuously gathering their strength, just like a huge hidden dragon. Once this hidden dragon came out of the abyss, it would definitely amaze the world. Besides that, the rules of the Alchemist Alliance were extremely strict as well. Those who could be recruited by the Alchemist Alliance were either extremely strong experts or high-level alchemists. Their recruitment requirements for alchemists caused Xianxia to involuntarily inhale a breath of cool air. The Alchemist Alliance's minimum requirement was to be a rank 4 alchemist. An alchemist of this level, placed in the entire province, was a figure who played a pivotal role. However, their lowest requirement was already at this level. One could only imagine how high the standards of recruitment for those experts would be. When he spoke until this point, Xianxia naturally could not help but have some doubts about Zhou Tai's words. Since the recruitment criteria of the Alchemist Alliance was so high, with his rank 3 alchemist level, it appeared that he did not meet the requirements regardless of whether it was his strength or alchemist skills. Zhou Tai had already expected this. Logically speaking, with his rank 3 alchemist ability, he did not have the qualification to be recruited by the Alchemist Alliance. However, there was always an exception. As long as one's talent was sufficient, forget about this Pill Tower branch, even the Pill Tower headquarters would be tempted by him. This was the reason why Zhou Tai had been specially recruited by the Alchemist Alliance. It was also because Mod Yan Bing and the rest were aware of this that they had given in so quickly. After leaving the Alchemist Alliance, Xianxia bypassed the congested crowd and chose a more remote path. He lifted his eyes to look at the gradually darkening sky. Xianxia's straight body finally relaxed at this moment. Xianxia had become the champion of the Alchemist Grand Meeting. It could be said that he had shocked the world with a single feat, adding the reputation that he had created in this savage ancient city. The front of the Alchemist Alliance was already surrounded by a packed crowd. The entire front hall of the Alchemist Alliance was completely packed. The weakest amongst these people was a quasi-1-star half-emperor. Moreover, there were 30 to 40 elite half-emperors present. This kind of strength was sufficient to contend with some small and medium-sized factions. These people were all from some of the clans and factions in this savage ancient city and the surrounding cities. Normally, they could be considered as factions that could shake a region. Even the Alchemist Alliance had no choice but to give some face to some of them. However, they had all gathered here today with modest smiles on their faces. They were all warm smiles when facing the ordinary elders of the Alchemist Alliance. However, how could those elders not know that these fellows were all here for Xianxia? If it was not because Xianxia had defeated Mod in the Grand Meeting and refined an D-tier complete pill, these people would not have hurried over in such a hurry. Even more so, they would not have treated them so humbly. However, what they did not know was that while they were blocking the front door in hopes of seeing Xianxia, the latter had already quietly left through the back door. It was impossible for them to see Xianxia today. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders as to how to deal with these fellows. He directly threw this problem to Gu Li and the rest. Gu Li and Qi Lin's hearts were filled with helplessness. However, since Xianxia had already left, it was worth it for them to brace themselves. The corner of Xianxia's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile as he walked in an empty alley. He extended his hand from under his sleeve. An ancient scroll was quietly lying on his palm. This scroll was the reward that Gu Li had set for this Alchemist Grand Meeting. This was the D-tier pill formula that Wei Yi should have been the one to refine. However, it had now landed in Xianxia's hands. Currently, the D-tier pill formula in Xianxia's hands and the one he had obtained from He Mu added up to a total of 5 scrolls. Although this number was not considered large, it was likely that Gu Li's Alchemist Association had 1/3 of their stock. The Alchemist Association was after all only a branch of the Pill Tower. It was not easy to obtain an D-tier pill formula. Additionally, the other Alchemist Associations were obstructing them and they coveted each other. Hence, the number of D-tier pill formulas was pitifully small. Hence, it was not unreasonable to say that Xianxia had such thoughts in his heart. After recovering, Xianxia kept the ancient scroll with one hand. His body moved and he swiftly flew towards the southern part of the city. Currently, Xianxia's name had resounded throughout the wilderness. that inn was no longer safe. If Xiao Yan's guess was correct, there was definitely someone waiting for him to take the bait. Hence, other than the 6th floor of the Yunyin Pavilion, the only other place that Xiao Yan could go to in this ancient wilderness city was likely Old Luo's place. In comparison, the natural energy within the ginseng soul world was even richer. For a training maniac like Xiao Yan, it was naturally the best place to go. Once again arriving at this small courtyard, Xiao Yan no longer had the same cautious manner as he did the first time he had come. His body moved and he took large strides into the courtyard. After entering the small courtyard, a wooden door in the inner courtyard blocked Xiao Yan's path. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's footsteps did not pause at all. It was as though he treated it as nothing. When Xiao Yan's body made contact with the door, a circular mysterious energy ripple spread from the door. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also entered it. Chapter 235. In the sky above a vast dark green mountain forest, the originally calm empty space suddenly spread out circles of water-like energy ripples. An instant later, the empty space once again returned to its original state. A human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out from it. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept over this jade-green world. The corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile. He still clearly remembered the promise he had made to Old Luo before he had left. That was to obtain the champion spot of the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Now, he had really succeeded. Xiao Yan's figure appeared in the jade-green forest in an instant. At this moment, there was a spacious land in front of him. Xiao Yan saw the 32 spiritual guards that he had met before he had left the last time. These people were the cornerstone of the current spiritual ginseng tribe. They had awoken from their slumber with great difficulty and had managed to catch He Mu being finished off. It was not easy for Qing Mu to give them a break and allow them to relax for a while. Due to him having left in a hurry the last time, Xiao Yan did not pay too much attention to them. At this moment, under his investigation, the strength of these 32 spiritual guards caused him to feel that each of them was deep and unfathomable. It was likely that the weakest of these people had reached the Do Di class. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he thought of this. At this moment, there were over 30 elite Do Di that he had never truly seen in the outside world. If he were to take this lineup out, it was likely that it would be sufficient to sweep through half of the southern region. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. His eyes slowly moved. There seemed to be a couple of hundred people present. From the looks of it, these people should be the other members of the spiritual ginseng tribe. Moreover, their strengths were all extraordinary. After Xiao Yan's investigation, the weakest person was actually at the Do Zun class. This spiritual ginseng tribe could really be said to be strong. Xiao Yan's appearance had also attracted quite a number of gazes. When those people saw Xiao Yan and saw his black robe, they immediately faced each other and began to whisper to each other. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and some doubt when they looked at Xiao Yan. Was this human kid who was only a half-martial emperor really the person who had killed He Mu? When the 32 spirit guards saw Xiao Yan, they raised their eyebrows and looked surprised. They didn't expect that Xiao Yan would come to their spirit ginseng tribe again after only leaving for 2 months. When Xiao Yan saw the expressions on their faces, he immediately understood what was going on. Other than the incident with He Mu, there was nothing else that could make them look at him with such strange expressions. Sigh. Xiao Yan sighed softly. Just as he shook his head helplessly and was about to walk around this group of people, a well-built and handsome young man walked towards Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw the person who had come, he raised his eyes and looked over. Then, he was stunned for a moment before a relaxed smile appeared on his face. This man's name was Qing Feng, and he was also one of the 32 spiritual guards. Moreover, he was one of the 3 leaders of the 32 spiritual guards. In the entire spiritual ginseng tribe, he could be considered an important figure. During the 3 days of rest last time, the two of them had become friends. Brother Yan Xiao, we haven't seen each other for 2 months. Your name has spread like wildfire in our spirit ginseng tribe. When the two of them looked at each other, the young man laughed mockingly at Xiao Yan. When the latter heard this, he shook his head with a wry smile and shrugged helplessly. He didn't say anything. Xiao Yan had expected this outcome. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little far-fetched for him to kill a former origin sect expert with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor. This man obviously knew that Xiao Yan's purpose for coming here was not to chat with them. Therefore, he stopped joking and went straight to the point. "Brother Yan Xiao, you've come here to find Elder Luo, right?" When Xiao Yan heard this, he nodded and smiled. This was indeed one of the reasons. However, his ultimate purpose for entering the spirit ginseng world was not just to find Elder Luo. In that case, why don't I lead the way for you? Our spirit ginseng tribe is different from other places. This place is densely covered with spirit trees and the pressure of heaven and earth is different. Although you're an alchemist, it won't be easy to find Elder Luo here. When Xiao Yan heard this, he smiled faintly at Qing Feng and didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly walked in a certain direction under Qing Feng's slightly puzzled gaze. Qing Feng's words were correct. The spirit ginseng world was indeed different from the outside world. The pressure of countless spirit ginseng trees existed in this world. They supported each other, causing the spirit ginseng world to be filled with an extremely tyrannical pressure. If an ordinary half-martial emperor was here, it would be very difficult for them to do so. However, Xiao Yan was after all an alchemist. His spiritual strength already exceeded that of an ordinary person. Moreover, after refining and swallowing He Mu's spiritual strength, with Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, there was hardly anyone below a rank 3 alchemist who could compare with him. Therefore, although the spirit ginseng world was special, Xiao Yan could still search within a radius of 1,000 miles. Fortunately, Elder Luo's location was within Xiao Yan's search range. Moreover, under Xiao Yan's search, not only did he discover Elder Luo's existence, he also discovered another person. This caused the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth to curl into a playful smile. When Qing Feng saw Xiao Yan walk around him and walk into the forest, he couldn't help but frown. However, when he noticed the direction Xiao Yan was heading in, his expression instantly changed. This was because Xiao Yan was heading in the direction where Elder Luo was. This fellow. Qing Feng's eyes widened as he stared at Xiao Yan's back. He didn't know what to do for a moment. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Yan could find Elder Luo's location so easily in the spirit ginseng world. Could it be that the cultivators in the outside world were already so powerful? Although he was extremely surprised, Qing Feng's judgment was still a little subjective. The cultivators in the outside world weren't so powerful that it was unimaginable. In fact, most of them were weaker than the spirit ginseng tribe. The reason why Xiao Yan was so powerful could only be attributed to his own hard work. There would only be returns if there was effort. Xiao Yan's strength was directly proportional to the effort he put in. Therefore, it was inevitable that Xiao Yan was powerful. Xiao Yan paused his footsteps while Qing Feng was in a daze. He turned his head around and looked at Qing Feng with a warm smile. Brother Qing Feng, didn't you say that you would lead the way for me? Why are you standing there? Let's go. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he turned around and continued walking forward. Qing Feng hesitated for a moment before he shook his head helplessly and hurriedly followed. Chapter 236. At a glance, one could see that there was an ancient quiet wooden house within the lush green ginseng spirit world that entered one's sight. The wooden house was surrounded by a thin green fog. Looking from a distance, the entire wooden house was hidden within the thin fog. It was vaguely visible. Adding the cover of the forest, it caused this entire forest to reveal an extremely mysterious aura. The lush green grass outside of the wooden house caused this place to appear even livelier. A green stone table that was made from natural green stones was accompanied by a couple of cups of tea that had a faint tea fragrance. This allowed one to know that there was actually someone existing in this seemingly desolate forest. An old man wearing linen clothes sat on both sides of the green stone table. The corner of his mouth contained a smile as he lifted a cup of fragrant tea. His skinny finger gently swirled the tea in the cup. His gaze looked at the white-clothed, young man opposite him as he opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. "Are you prepared to refine that thing?" The old man poured the tea in the cup into his mouth as he spoke. His eyes looked steadily at the young man opposite him. The latter smiled faintly when he heard this. His white hand was slowly extended. It was likely that even some women would involuntarily feel envious when they saw his soft skin. However, the old man was indifferent to this. He was old and would not bother about such things. He was only concerned about the future of the young man in front of him. The young man's tender finger rubbed the storage ring on his finger. A glow flashed in his hand in front of the old man's eyes that were filled with surprise. A piece of green-colored emerald-like jade slowly appeared. The old man's turbid eyes in front of the young man immediately brightened the moment the jade appeared. His eyes carried a satisfied expression as he looked at the young man. He nodded and laughed. Not bad at all. A heaven imperial jade essence that is over 3,000 years old. With this, you will be able to break through to the Do D class within 2 years. The young man in front of him nodded slightly after the old man's words sounded. However, the old man frowned in the next moment. His turbid eyes stared at the heaven imperial jade essence as he asked in a somewhat doubtful manner, "What is it?" However, from the looks of it, there should still be the heaven imperial demon flower, right? Yes, indeed. However, it has already been refined by Xianxia. The young man smiled and opened his mouth after the old man's words sounded. His eyes did not contain any dissatisfaction. One would only be able to obtain more if one was not greedy. Otherwise, if one's eyes were to be blinded by the small profit in front of him, it would be difficult to avoid falling to the word greed in the future. The old man involuntarily laughed when he heard this. His finger played with the teacup in his hand as he softly laughed. He, this little fellow is really someone who is unwilling to be at a disadvantage. With a soft chuckle, the old man exchanged glances with the young man in front of him. Then, he slowly turned his gaze and looked at the forest that was filled with a thin layer of green fog. I wonder what kind of expression he will be. Calm. By himself. Ha! Xiao Yan's somewhat teasing words were emitted from his mouth the moment he appeared. Old Luo softly reprimanded him when he heard this. He curled his mouth and said, "Stop trying to flatter me. It has only been 2 months. What kind of changes can this old man have? You, on the other hand, have you obtained the champion of the alchemist grand meeting?" Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He gently rubbed the tip of his nose and exchanged glances with the young man beside old Luo. Only then did he open his mouth and laugh. Old Luo, is there anything that you do not know about in this ancient wilderness city? Old Luo once again laughed and scolded when he heard these words. He was too lazy to be bothered. The young man beside him also slowly stood up at this moment. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was also looking at him. Brother Yan Xiao, how have you been? It is unexpected that we have met at the alchemist grand meeting. We have met again so quickly. Indeed. However, this has also confirmed the suspicion in my heart. Brother Luo Jin and old Luo do indeed have a deep relationship. Xiao Yan also had a faint smile on his face. Clearly, he was not surprised by Luo Jin in front of him. In reality, Xiao Yan already had some suspicions in his heart 2 months ago. Old Luo also smiled when he saw the indifferent expression on Xiao Yan's face. Luo Jin's face revealed some surprise. From the looks of it, the Xiao Yan in front of him was much sharper than he had imagined. Xiao Yan once again smiled when he saw the expression on Luo Jin's face. He faced Luo Jin and laughed. The Yunyin Pavilion can be considered a powerful faction in the entire southern region. When I first saw it, I had already sensed that there was a restriction placed by an expert who was not below the Do D class within the Yunyin Pavilion. When I first met you in the Yunyin Pavilion, the strongest guardian of the Yunyin Pavilion was merely an 8-star bandee, Elder Xian. I'm afraid that no one would believe that there were no other experts. Luo Jin involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he spoke until this point. He did not expect that Xiao Yan had already noticed this point from then on. The appearance of old Luo has coincidentally helped me confirm this point. The most important thing is that his surname is also Luo. Although Xiao Yan's words were simple, it was easy to understand. Luo Jin could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. He originally thought that he would be able to surprise Xiao Yan, but he did not expect that Xiao Yan had already guessed it. His appearance today was merely to help Xiao Yan confirm the thoughts in his heart. The three of them casually chatted for a while. Luo Jin did not dwell on this topic for too long. However, he could not help but make some indirect inquiries about Xiao Yan during their casual conversation. He was not like old Luo, who was able to find out about Xiao Yan's background from just a heavy Xian ruler. He had always thought that Xiao Yan should be a disciple of some mysterious faction in the Middle region. Otherwise, how did Xiao Yan obtain his high-class Do skills and those mysterious secret techniques that only existed in the Middle region? Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless when faced with all this. Forget about Luo Jin, the current old Luo in front of him was not an ordinary person. Of course, Xiao Yan did not know that Luo Ao already knew about his background. He did not know what kind of expression would appear on Xiao Yan's face if Luo Ao were to reveal it in the future. Ehe, little fellow, you are now an influential person in the ancient savage city. Look at these people. They have all come from the various factions in the surrounding large cities or clans. They have all come here for you. Old Luo involuntarily shook his head when he saw that Luo Jin was still closely pursuing Xiao Yan and interrogating him. Immediately, he let out a soft laugh from his mouth and interrupted Luo Jin's words that he wanted to continue. At the same time, old Luo waved his sleeves and an invisible pillar shot out. After the empty space in front of the three of them wiggled, a light curtain that was dozens of feet large slowly appeared. At this very moment, the scene in the ancient savage city in the outside world was completely seen by Xiao Yan's group. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin also withdrew his thoughts with some thoughts in his heart. His gaze similarly looked at the enormous light curtain in front of him. Xiao Yan curled his lips in response. He felt quite helpless in his heart. He looked at the black mass of human heads on the light curtain and laughed bitterly. Old Luo, don't make fun of me. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have to hide here. Old Luo involuntarily laughed out loud when he heard this. He did not expect that the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting would actually be chased by a group of unrelated people until he had nowhere to hide. It was really laughable. In response, Xiao Yan could only violently roll his eyes at the crowd on the light curtain. Luo Jin also had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His gaze casually swept across the light curtain, after which he once again looked at Xiao Yan and laughed. Brother Yan Xiao, now that the Alchemist Grand Meeting has ended, what plans do you have next? When it came to the main topic, Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned serious. Old Luo smiled as he looked at the two people in front of him. His heart was filled with expectations for the two of them. The two members of the younger generation in front of him could be considered as the true outstanding existences among the younger generation in the entire continent. Luo Jin came from the middle region. Naturally, there was no need to talk about his talent. If he was to focus on his cultivation, given his ability, as long as he was given enough time, there would definitely be a place for him in the future of the continent. As for Xiao Yan, although he was not someone from this continent, given his ability and his frightening cultivation talent, Xiao Yan's future achievements might not be inferior to those disciples from the middle region. When Xiao Yan heard Luo Jin's words, his eyebrows gently lifted. According to his plan, he should directly head to the western region after the Alchemist Grand Meeting ended. However, although the Alchemist Grand Meeting had ended, there was still one thing that was on Xiao Yan's mind. Previously, with old Luo's help, I obtained a lightning void pool invitation from the Li family's ancestor. I am also somewhat curious about that so-called lightning void pool. If there is an opportunity this time, I would like to go in and take a look. At the same time, I will also break through to the 4-star half-emperor realm. When Luo Jin heard this, he gently nodded his head. Soon after, he looked at Xiao Yan with a solemn expression and said, Brother Yan Xiao, at that time, don't forget about that despicable MOD. Given that fellow's character, he will not let this matter rest. At that time, you must be extremely careful. When he heard Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. There was a slightly strange expression in his eyes. From Luo Jin's words, it seemed that he did not intend to enter the lightning void pool as well. Because my cultivation technique is a little special, the energy within the lightning void pool is not suitable for my cultivation. Therefore, this time, only you will enter the lightning void pool. As if he had seen through Xiao Yan's doubts, Luo Jin did not conceal anything and directly explained the reason to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also nodded his head to show that he understood. Different cultivation techniques required different cultivation methods. For example, Xiao Yan's flame mantra required the use of heavenly flames to cultivate. This was something that other cultivation techniques could not achieve. As for Mod and the others, although they were not easy to deal with, when the time came, they would not be the only ones entering the lightning void pool. Gu Li and Qi Lin would also enter. Under the suppression of the two of them, in addition to himself and the Northern King, they should not be able to cause any big waves. Huff. Now, it is time to refine that portion of Soul Source. Chapter 237. The end of the Alchemist Grand Meeting had caused Xiao Yan's reputation to soar in the ancient wildlands. Countless people had come to seek an audience with him. Regardless of whether it was in the streets or outside the city, everyone was discussing the champion of the Alchemist Grand Meeting, the frightening alchemist who had refined and D-tier complete pill, Yan Xiao. The ancient wildlands once again became lively because of this. The entrance of the Alchemist Association was crowded by a group of half-emperors until not even a drop of water could trickle through. The elders of the association were also greatly shocked by this for the first time in many years. However, Xiao Yan was no longer in the association. Regardless of how long these people waited, they would definitely not be able to see him. Faced with this kind of situation, Gu Li and Qi Lin felt quite helpless in their hearts. Xiao Yan had already left the association for a couple of days. However, these people had been waiting at the entrance of the association for so many days. Although Gu Li had once stepped forward to inform them that Xiao Yan had already left, these fellows still refused to change their minds. Although there was also a portion of them who chose to leave, there were even more who still thought that Gu Li was deceiving them. While Gu Li and the rest were feeling helpless in the outside world, Xiao Yan was currently peacefully training in the ginseng spiritual world. In order to refine the D-tier complete pill during the Alchemist Grand Meeting, Xiao Yan had put in all his effort. Although he appeared to be in a good condition after the competition, it was only because Xiao Yan had borrowed the strength of the pill. There was no lack of D-tier medicinal pills in the storage ring that He Mu had left behind. However, medicinal pills were ultimately external objects. Although they could support one for a while, they could not be completely relied on. When Xiao Yan entered the ginseng spiritual world, the D-tier medicinal pill in his body had yet to be refined. During these few days, Xiao Yan did not dare to slack off. He had seen the might of the D-tier medicinal pill before. Although he had already consumed the D-tier medicinal pill, he could not allow its power to wantonly spread within his body. Otherwise, the end result would be that the gains would not make up for the losses. After meeting with old Luo and Qi Lin, Xiao Yan wholeheartedly immersed himself in the D-tier medicinal pill in his body. This time, with Xiao Yan taking the initiative to refine it, Xiao Yan's aura once again recovered to its peak in a short few days. At this moment, Xiao Yan had once again touched the bottleneck that was about to break through. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still forcibly suppressed the throbbing power within the vortex within his body. A breakthrough was naturally something that would happen sooner or later. In fact, if the current Xiao Yan was willing, he would naturally be able to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, he would definitely be able to step foot into the realm of a 4-star half-martial emperor. However, this was not the only result that Xiao Yan wanted. Although the natural energy within the ginseng spiritual world was very dense, the effect of a breakthrough was not able to allow Xiao Yan's power to rapidly condense. This was something that the lightning pool in the void was capable of accomplishing. The berserk lightning energy contained within the lightning pool in the void was capable of rapidly condensing the dou qi within Xiao Yan's body in the shortest amount of time. In this way, after Xiao Yan made a breakthrough, his strength would completely stabilize at the realm of a 4-star half-martial emperor. This would also bring about countless benefits to Xiao Yan's future cultivation. Rather than rushing to make a breakthrough right now and causing his strength to be unstable, it would be better to wait for a period of time. Strength and foundation were the most important things. A powerful appearance would not allow one to surpass others. After all, even among experts of the same level, there were still differences in strength. For example, Xiao Yan and Mod. Weren't they the clearest examples of this? Who? Xiao Yan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that was tightly held in his chest. He slowly withdrew from his cultivation state. As he sensed the churning dou qi within his body, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. This was a sign of a breakthrough that would cause anyone to be pleasantly surprised. However, at this moment, it was something that Xiao Yan was most unwilling to see. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he slowly suppressed the unusual condition within his body. After calming his heart for a moment, he finally slowly extended his hand. His white palm reflected a warm jade-like glow under the sunlight. The dark black storage ring on his finger appeared exceptionally eye-catching at this moment. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. A thought once again passed through his mind. He gently clenched his hand and a light flashed. Immediately, a thin jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. The thing within this bottle was the spiritual origin energy that Gu Yu had extracted from Qin Mu. Although Xiao Yan was temporarily unable to raise his dou qi, he would first focus his mind on his spiritual strength. With Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, if he were to wait until he had refined and swallowed these spiritual essences, his spiritual strength might really be comparable to that of a rank 3 alchemist. Xiao Yan still clearly remembered that when he had just entered the Alchemist Association to take the alchemist test, Gu Li had told him that the spiritual strength of an alchemist was divided into the man and god stages. Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength was between the man stage and the god stage, the emperor stage. After the emperor stage was the unity stage. In order to reach this stage, one needed to completely agglomerate one's spiritual strength. Only by agglomerating it into a soul bead could one be considered to have reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Xiao Yan opened the jade bottle and the cream-white spiritual origin within it slowly drifted out. He exerted some force with his palm and an invisible force controlled the spiritual origin in his palm. The faint cream-white spiritual origin was just like a cluster of fog as it continued to churn in Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned as he sensed the familiar aura within it. A feeling of reluctance rose in his heart. This spiritual origin should not have been refined by Xiao Yan. If Gu Yu had not secretly attacked Xiao Yan without his knowledge, Xiao Yan would not have allowed Qin Mu to be injured. Yet, the spiritual origin that should have belonged to Qin Mu had landed in his hands. Speaking of which, given the relationship between Xiao Yan and Elder Luo, he could be considered acquainted with the ginseng spirit tribe. His current actions were a little heartless. He, stinking brat, why are you feeling a little unbearable now? Why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise, you could have returned it to Qin Mu back then. Ha! Gu Yu did not forget to tease Xiao Yan while he was feeling disappointed. Xiao Yan felt helpless in his heart. Qin Mu was currently in a retreat. Even if he wanted to return it, what could he do? Did he have to wait for Qin Mu to exit his retreat before returning it to him? Moreover, even if Qin Mu could exit his retreat now, it was impossible for him to return it to him. Knowing that there was a terrifying existence like Gu Yu within Xiao Yan's body, Qin Mu would definitely not take back his spiritual origin. Hence, from the looks of it, Xiao Yan could only take the spiritual origin and treat it as a favor. If there was an opportunity in the future, Xiao Yan would definitely return it 100-fold. Don't think too much about it. Well, don't think too much. If you really want to help them, you can help them when you have the strength. Although they look good now, they're just on the border of the continent. What you've seen is too little. If you really want to remember this favor, you should practice hard. When you become successful in the future, you can let the ginseng tribe settle in the central region openly. In this way, you won't disappoint Greenwood's expectation of you. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard Gu Yu's words. Gu Yu's words clearly had a hidden meaning. It seemed as though Qin Mu had a motive for giving his spiritual origin to him. Gu Yu seemed to have seen through Xiao Yan's doubts. He laughed softly and said, "You are so experienced. Do you really think that Qin Mu gave his spiritual origin to you because of me? Although it is true that my body is a heavenly flame and it is a natural counter to him, I have no reason to attack him. The reason he gave his spiritual origin to you is because he has taken a fancy to your talent. You have the spirit of mystical fire and such a terrifying force by your side. For the sake of the entire spiritual ginseng tribe, it's worth it for him to spend some of his soul origin. Greenwood has entrusted the future of the spiritual ginseng tribe to you. Chapter 238. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on a green rock within the ginseng spiritual world. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as his mind observed the interior of his body. On the surface, Xiao Yan appeared as though he was training. However, at this moment, there was a frightening spiritual strength churning within his body like a monstrous wave. Xiao Yan did not expect the spiritual strength contained within this cluster of spiritual essence of Qing Mu to be so frightening. It was much stronger than the spiritual strength that Xiao Yan had used to refine and swallow He Mu. Although He Mu was once an expert from the Origin sect at his peak, his spiritual strength had long been worn down by the passage of time until there was little left. There was indeed a gap when compared to Qing Mu. However, this was considered an unexpected joy for Xiao Yan. After refining He Mu's soul fragment, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had soared. Currently, there were very few alchemists of the same level who could compare with him in terms of spiritual strength. If he swallowed these spiritual essences, would Xiao Yan's spiritual strength be able to take the opportunity to make a breakthrough? Xiao Yan calmed his mind and carefully sensed the cluster of spiritual essence within the vortex within his body. A thought passed through his mind and a cluster of brilliant heavenly flames rose from within his body, slowly wrapping around the spiritual essence. The spiritual essence seemed to have sensed something when it was being wrapped around. The cloud-like milky white spiritual essence swiftly churned under the wrapping of the heavenly flames, as though it wanted to find a breakthrough point within the heavenly flames. However, the heavenly flame had completely enveloped it. After a long while, it was to no avail. This ball of soul origin could only curl up like a little squirrel. In an instant, the originally fist-sized milky white spiritual essence swiftly shrunk. Although it had become a little smaller, Xiao Yan could sense that the strength within the spiritual essence had also become increasingly agglomerated. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily raise his eyebrows. Indeed, the agglomeration of spiritual strength could allow one to become even stronger. Although its appearance was not as good as before, the strength contained within far surpassed what it was before. No wonder alchemists can agglomerate something like a soul bead. Looks like they have refined spiritual strength like Do Qi. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised when he saw this scene. He smiled in his heart and ignored it. No matter how agglomerated the spiritual essence was, it was destined to be refined by Xiao Yan today. Trainings times spiritual essence. One needed to be careful. In the blink of an eye, 3 days. Fist-sized spiritual essence within Xiao Yan's body was gradually refined. At the same time, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had also become increasingly powerful. The majestic spiritual strength was just like an ocean. The turbulent spiritual waves churned unceasingly within Xiao Yan's body. In addition to his similarly full Do Qi, Xiao Yan had difficulty suppressing the increasingly powerful strength within his body in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knit together. He did not expect that the increase in his spiritual strength this time around would actually trigger the Do Qi within his body. If this continued, it was likely that he would have no choice but to break through today. At this moment, Xiao Yan was just like a balloon that was filled to the brim. The most frightening thing was that this balloon was still expanding. The result of the expansion of the balloon would naturally be an explosion. Although this result would not cause Xiao Yan to die, it was also not something that Xiao Yan wished to see. The method to stop the balloon from continuing to expand was to release a portion of the air within it. Suddenly, the originally tightly shut eyes of Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on the green rock, suddenly opened. The instant he opened his eyes, the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body seemed to have found an outlet. 2 eye-piercing Do Qi light pillars suddenly shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes and entered the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. After the light pillars disappeared, Xiao Yan appeared to feel that it was not enough. He raised his head toward the sky. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi within the vortex within his body suddenly whizzed out like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It swiftly surged toward Xiao Yan's throat. Immediately, Xiao Yan widened his mouth. Light shot out in all directions from his mouth. 1,000-foot-wide terrifying Do-Chi light pillar shot toward the empty space that was hundreds of thousands of feet high. Such a frightening momentum naturally alarmed quite a number of people within the spiritual ginseng world. When those spiritual ginseng tribe members raised their heads to look at the empty space, they only saw a frightening Do-Chi light pillar charging toward the sky with an unstoppable force. It shattered the empty space and finally entered the endless empty space. Seeing this scene, a portion of the spiritual ginseng tribe members, who were at the Ban Emperor level, involuntarily felt a sense of surprise. Just as they were about to step forward to take a look out of curiosity, a cry descended from the sky. It was like thunder that reverberated through the world. A group of little brats. It is merely training a Do skill. What is there to see? All of you withdraw. Although these spiritual ginseng tribe members were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to obey old Luo's voice when they heard it. As for those stronger spiritual ginseng tribe members, their eyes narrowed as they looked at the rainbow-like pillar that reached the sky. They began to ponder in their hearts. In the sky, old Luo also narrowed his eyes as he looked at the frightening Do-Chi light pillar in front of him. A pair of turbid old eyes revealed a deep surprise. An attack of this degree was naturally nothing to him. However, if it was placed among the Ban Emperors, it could be considered an extremely frightening existence. This little fellow. No wonder he is able to cross 2 stars in strength and fight head-on with a 6-star Ban Emperor. The degree of agility of his Do-Chi is likely something that even the me from back then could not compare with. At this moment, even old Luo involuntarily exclaimed at Xiao Yan's strength. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had already once again immersed himself in the nervous refinement process. Seeing the Do-Chi light pillar in front of him gradually disappear, old Luo finally turned his gaze to Xiao Yan below. After sensing the majestic Do-Chi within the latter's body, old Luo involuntarily frowned. Based on Xiao Yan's current situation, it was obvious that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, he was still suppressing the turbulent Do-Chi within his body. It was clear that he was unwilling to break through. Hey, this little fellow is really an anomaly in the training world. Other people are always looking forward to a breakthrough. Once they touch the barrier that is about to break through, who would not do their best to break through? Yet, you are actually forcefully suppressing yourself and not allowing yourself to break through. If news of this were to spread, I wonder just how many people would want to have a good chat with you. Sensing the current situation within Xiao Yan's body, old Luo involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He felt a little surprised in his heart. However, he understood in an instant. With old Luo's shrewdness, he was naturally able to tell that the reason why Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to break through was because he wished to find an excellent training ground. This would allow him to completely consolidate his strength while breaking through. Needless to say, old Luo was immediately able to guess that the training ground was naturally the lightning pool in the empty space. That was right. However, from the looks of it, this little fellow should be refining the spiritual essence. Hey, what a lucky little fellow. While old Luo probed the turbulent Do-Chi within Xiao Yan's body, the spiritual essence strength that was being refined by Xiao Yan was naturally also detected by old Luo. However, the almost non-existent aura on it caused him to be unable to detect that it was Qing Mu's spiritual essence strength. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 5 days since Xiao Yan began to refine the spiritual essence. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was also soaring at a speed that was extremely frightening in the eyes of an ordinary person. With the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he could be said to be invincible among Tier 2 alchemists. Who, after the final wisp of spiritual essence was completely refined and absorbed by Xiao Yan's dark black eyes, which had been tightly shut for 5 days, were also slowly opened. The instant Xiao Yan opened his eyes, an invisible arrow was suddenly shot out from his deep eyes. An invisible strength whizzed out and the empty space in front of Xiao Yan instantly became distorted. Immediately, an invisible force shot out in front of Xiao Yan like a cannonball that had been shot out explosively following a muffled, bang, sound. Wherever it passed, a gully that was dozens of feet deep was formed on the lush green ground by its terrifying force. Soon after, a mountain rock 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. Rock fragments flew everywhere and an extremely dangerous crack line was forcefully formed on the entire mountain by this attack. Xiao Yan was not surprised when he saw this scene. The strength of one's spiritual strength was similar to that of Do Qi. It was just that it was a little troublesome to train. With Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, it was likely that he could easily face an ordinary 3-star half-emperor if he were to use it in a fight. Hence, this little activity in front of him was indeed nothing much. Not bad. Your current spiritual strength has already reached the peak of the advanced D state spiritual strength. You are merely one step away from the perfect D state. This level of spiritual strength is sufficient for you to defeat other alchemists of the same level. The increase in Xiao Yan's strength caused Guyu, who was within his body, to sigh in admiration. Unexpectedly, not only was Xiao Yan not killed by He Mu during their trip to the spirit world, but he had also benefited from the disaster. Not only had his strength reached the peak of the advanced 3-star half-emperor level, but his spiritual strength had also reached the advanced D state level. He was only one step away from the perfect D state. This frightening growth speed caused even Guyu to involuntarily sigh in amazement. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes in the face of this. The expression on his face quietly changed. The hand under his sleeves also slowly tightened, after which he once again slowly opened it. A determined expression flashed across the deep region of his eyes. He paused for a moment before muttering softly in his mouth. Advanced D state, huh? I wonder if I can successfully form a soul bead. Chapter 239. After resting for a moment, Xiao Yan, who had finished refining the spiritual essence, should have stood up. However, he rolled his bright eyes and calmed his mind, after which he once again entered his training mode. A thought passed through his mind and the majestic ocean-like spiritual strength between his brows suddenly moved at this moment. Guyu involuntarily exclaimed in surprise when he sensed the change in Xiao Yan's body. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan would be so bold. His spiritual strength had just reached the advanced DD stage, yet he wanted to attempt to form a soul bead. Guyu did not know whether he was reckless or courageous. Although Xiao Yan's strength would soar after forming a soul bead, the danger involved was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Even with Guyu's experience, this was the first time he had seen someone forcefully forming a soul bead with an advanced DD stage spiritual strength. Condensing a soul bead was easier said than done. It was just condensing one's spiritual energy into a bead. However, the pressure one had to endure during the process was definitely not as simple as it sounded. The formation of a soul bead not only tested an alchemist's spiritual strength, but it also tested the alchemist's intelligence. During the process of forming a soul bead, a powerful spiritual strength was no longer something an alchemist could rely on. Only an unwavering and tenacious mind could support the formation of a soul bead until the end. It was also because of this that many rank 2 high-grade alchemists were unable to form a soul bead and break through the barrier to become a rank 3 alchemist. One's spiritual strength could be trained and raised, but one's intelligence could only rely on one's own heart. Only with a strong heart would one be able to guarantee the agglomeration of a soul bead. This could also be considered as a kind of test for the strong. After all, those who were able to endure the pain of agglomeration of a soul bead and successfully advance to the next level, which one of them was not a person with a strong heart and powerful strength? Xiao Yan calmed his heart and slowly maneuvered the spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness. The method of forming a soul bead was not difficult. Although this was the first time, Xiao Yan could be considered familiar with it. As an alchemist, controlling spiritual strength was an extremely easy task for him. What Xiao Yan needed to do now was to guide the spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness and use a special method to form it. Once all the spiritual strength in Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness was completely formed and turned into a physical state, the formation of a soul bead would be complete. As Xiao Yan's thoughts revolved, the majestic spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness also began to churn. After which, under Xiao Yan's control, the surging spiritual strength began to slowly rotate in his sea of consciousness. Threads of spiritual strength were gradually extracted under Xiao Yan's control. Soon after, They were like two small snakes that intertwined with each other. The first step of forming the soul bead could be considered the easiest step. It did not take Xiaoyan too much time, and he easily condensed the two clusters of spiritual strength together. The following steps were basically the same. However, as the spiritual strength continued to condense and compress, the spiritual strength within the soul bead in front of Xiaoyan also rapidly increased. Before the soul bead was completely formed, all the spiritual strength that Xiaoyan possessed would become his greatest burden. The terrifying spiritual strength would crush his consciousness. If he was unable to endure, the worst outcome would be that his spiritual strength would be injured. As the spiritual strength gradually condensed, a grayish-white soul bead slowly formed within Xiaoyan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiaoyan could also clearly feel the terrifying spiritual strength that was being emitted from the soul bead. This kind of spiritual strength was definitely not a terrifying level that Xiaoyan could reach in the past. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt as though he was carrying a majestic Mount Tai on his back. Every part of his body was enduring the terrifying spiritual strength. The muscles all over his body were as taut as steel, and every cell in his body was resisting the spiritual strength with all their might. As time passed, a soreness akin to being bitten by ants attacked his entire body. Xiaoyan felt as though all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. The spiritual strength within his sea of consciousness continued to flow out and was completely poured into the grayish-white soul bead. Xiaoyan's consciousness also gradually became a little blurry. Before the soul bead was formed, his spiritual strength could no longer be used by him. Usually, Xiaoyan could rely on his powerful spiritual strength to maintain his consciousness. However, at this moment, he could only rely on his own willpower. Within his sea of consciousness, the body that Xiaoyan had created using his spiritual strength gradually dissipated and transformed into wisps of spiritual strength that flowed into the soul bead. The terrifying spiritual strength around Xiaoyan's body also became increasingly terrifying as it relied on the soul bead. Buzz! Suddenly, the grayish-white soul bead, which was the size of a basketball, trembled violently. Immediately, a formless and terrifying spiritual strength instantly crushed towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had no way of dodging. He knew that if he wanted to successfully form the soul bead, he had to endure this attack. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The terrifying spiritual strength caused Xiaoyan's previously groggy mind to instantly regain its clarity. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was extremely helpless. He never imagined that there would be a day where he would actually be crushed by the spiritual strength that he had always been so proud of. Perhaps, the essence of forming the soul bead was for the alchemist to understand that if he wanted to defeat others, he had to defeat himself first. For a true strong practitioner, the strength of his opponent would only excite him. Only when he was unable to surpass himself would he feel fear in his heart. When Xiaoyan thought of this in his heart, the spiritual strength that originally belonged to Xiaoyan was already surging towards him with a terrifying spiritual strength that could crush everything. Even if Xiaoyan was at his peak condition and attacked with all his spiritual strength, it would still be difficult for him to match up against that kind of power. When that spiritual strength arrived in front of him, even with Xiaoyan's temperament, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. However, before he could do anything, that terrifying spiritual strength that was filled with an aura of destruction ruthlessly pressed down on him like a storm. In an instant, Xiaoyan's expression abruptly changed. His illusory body exploded with a bang. Under that terrifying spiritual strength, his willpower that he thought was firm was actually unable to withstand a single blow. Ah! Ah! His mind was on the verge of collapse. Xiaoyan unwillingly let out a hoarse roar from the bottom of his heart. Painful fresh blood seemed to be about to spurt out from his throat. The feeling of his entire body being crushed made Xiaoyan truly experience the aura of death. At this moment, Xiaoyan was already suffocating. He felt that his body was no longer listening to his commands. His spiritual strength had disappeared, and he was only left with a body that was like a walking corpse. Death had already forced its way into his heart. Sights, this kid is really reckless. Buzz. After an elderly sigh, a regretful voice sounded from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual strength crazily surged into his body. The spiritual strength emitted by the soul bead was blocked for an instant. During this instant, Xiao Yan's collapsed mind was once again filled with life. Although I can save you for now, I cannot protect you forever. Whether you succeed or not will depend on yourself. Xiao Yan's mind suddenly braced the moment the spiritual pressure was blocked. Xiao Yan felt his body suddenly become lighter. The pressure all over his body had been removed. Gu Yu's voice was vaguely transmitted over while Xiao Yan was feeling surprised in his heart. Xiao Yan immediately reacted in his heart upon hearing this. From the looks of it, Gu Yu had helped him again. If it was not for Gu Yu, Xiao Yan was unable to imagine just what kind of ending would have happened. Xiao Yan quietly thanked Gu Yu in his heart. He was also aware that this was not the time to express his gratitude. Immediately, he placed all his attention on the soul bead in front of him. Next, as long as he could stabilize his mind and endure until the end, the soul bead would be formed. Chapter 240. Buzz. As the soul bead trembled violently once again, a spiritual pressure that was even more frightening than the previous few times ruthlessly attacked Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan's originally illusory body had become much fainter. In the face of the soul bead's repeated attacks, Xiao Yan could only painfully endure. This was a form of mental destruction. The fact that Xiao Yan was able to endure until now was enough to show that his willpower was extraordinary. As time passed, Xiao Yan, who was repeatedly crushed, seemed to have gradually become numb under the frightening pressure. When the spiritual pressure attacked, Xiao Yan revealed an expressionless face and allowed the pressure to crush him. Since he was unable to resist, he might as well endure it. He would treat the repeated beatings as a form of training and train in pain. Xiao Yan firmly believed that there would be a moment when he would be able to completely ignore the pressure emitted by the soul bead. Buzz, buzz. The soul bead also seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Yan. In the face of repeated attacks, Xiao Yan no longer stubbornly resisted. Instead, he displayed an indifferent attitude. His originally illusory and transparent body actually became increasingly solid with each attack. As the spiritual pressure became increasingly violent, even Xiao Yan's physical body involuntarily trembled. Buzz, buzz. The soul bead's trembling became increasingly intense. Wave after wave of majestic spiritual strength swept out in a mighty manner and once again crushed Xiao Yan's body. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Before Xiao Yan's shattered body could be completely pieced together, another wave of frightening spiritual pressure swept over. Bang! Finally, the vast and mighty spiritual pressure suddenly shook. It seemed to have collided with a wall. At a closer look, a solid white hand was thrown forward and forcefully blocked the spiritual pressure that was heading toward him. When the two came into contact, an even more frightening spiritual storm instantly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. It passed through Xiao Yan's body and caused the green rock that Xiao Yan was sitting on to instantly turn into a pile of powder. The ground within 1,000 feet around him suddenly cracked and formed numerous large spiderweb-like crack lines. In that case, it ends here. After a calm voice drifted out, Xiao Yan's shattered body finally solidified once again. At the same time, his right hand, which had not been lifted, was suddenly clenched into a fist. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan threw a punch forward without the help of Do Qi or spiritual strength, and violently smashed into the invisible spiritual pressure in front of him. Ultimate blast! A stern cry that originated from his soul was emitted. Xiao Yan finally erupted completely. He did not have the support of Do Qi, but the might of this punch was even more frightening than when he used Do Qi at his peak condition. The spiritual pressure around Xiao Yan's body suddenly shattered when this punch was thrown forward. His steel-like fist carried a frightening storm that tore through the empty space as it violently smashed into the spiritual pressure in front of him. Bang! When this punch was thrown, an unstoppable force poured out. The entire sea of consciousness had become completely silent at this moment. In the outside world, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled. The ground within a couple of feet from where Xiao Yan was sitting suddenly collapsed. An enormous pit also appeared. At this moment, the space in front of Xiao Yan seemed to have suddenly solidified. The spiritual bead also stopped reacting. Xiao Yan suddenly moved and grabbed the spiritual bead. The soul bead also seemed to have recovered. After the soul bead, which had already turned into a deep gray color, trembled intensely, waves after waves of frightening spiritual pressure suddenly swept out. At this moment, the soul bead seemed to have sensed a dangerous aura. It had only heard of a spiritual bead suppressing an alchemist. Why was it being suppressed by Xiao Yan, an alchemist? All the normal trajectories seemed to have suddenly changed in front of Xiao Yan. It was just like a train turning onto a main road or an airplane flying across a subway line. Even Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, involuntarily revealed a stunned expression at this moment. This scene was something that he had never imagined. Bang! Octane blast. Although the spiritual pressure emitted by the spiritual bead was extremely frightening, Xiao Yan remained expressionless. He allowed the spiritual pressure to descend on him, after which, both of his fists were tightly clenched. Punch after punch was thrown explosively. Bang! 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 Octane blast. Explode. One punch, one step. Xiao Yan took 10 steps forward and threw 10 punches. His footsteps did not pause. By the time Xiao Yan arrived in front of the spiritual bead, he had already thrown an unknown number of punches. Finally, Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry and an earth-shaking explosion was suddenly emitted from behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes were extremely calm as he looked at the spiritual bead in front of him. Next, all he needed to do was to compress the spiritual strength within the spiritual bead once again until the spiritual bead completely solidified. Only then would it be considered a success. Currently, the most difficult part had already been passed. Xiao Yan was completely confident that he would be able to successfully form the spiritual bead. As long as nothing unexpected happened during the process, he would definitely be able to successfully form the spiritual bead. Excitement involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of the feeling of advancing to a rank 3 alchemist. He ceased hesitating and immediately sat down to prepare for the subsequent condensation process. However, Gu Yu's elderly voice was suddenly transmitted over at this moment. "Brat, are you certain that you want to form the spiritual bead now? You should understand that the embryonic form of the spiritual bead has already been formed. It will not be too late for you to refine it in the future. However, if you are in a hurry to refine the spiritual bead now, it is likely that there will be a high chance of failure." Xiao Yan was startled when Gu Yu's words left his mouth. Now that the embryonic form of the spiritual bead had been formed, the next step was to completely refine it. Everything seemed to be going extremely smoothly. It was obvious that the spiritual bead was about to be formed. Could it be that there was still a loophole? "Old Gu, may I know what you mean by this? Your current spiritual strength has only just advanced to the advanced D state. Although I have never seen anyone who can refine a spiritual bead at the advanced D state, given the old me's experience, I think that the chances of success will not exceed 30%. Xiao Yan immediately understood after hearing these words. Gu was right. Using an advanced D-state spiritual strength to form a spiritual bead was like using an initial 9-star Do Sheng to forcefully break through to the Bandi realm. Regardless of how frightening one's training talent was, the gap between one's strength could not be made up for. Otherwise, those training geniuses who were born with great talent would not need to put in any effort. They could simply dominate the continent. Gu Yu's words had undoubtedly pierced Xiao Yan's heart, which was filled with confidence. In other words, this spiritual bead could only remain as it was. After all, the consequences of failing to refine a spiritual bead was something that even Xiao Yan would not be able to endure. On the other hand, Xiao Yan felt some anticipation in his heart. He could not wait any longer. Spiritual bead. This was the first spiritual strength connection that Xiao Yan had come into contact with after coming to the Yuanwu continent. He did not wish to give up so easily. If there was a chance of successfully refining a spiritual bead, even if there was only a 30% chance, Xiao Yan would definitely not give up so easily. Xiao Yan was quiet for a moment before he finally nodded with a grave expression. Both of his eyes revealed a determined expression. Soon after, a determined smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. He laughed at Guyu in his heart. Since old Gu has never seen anyone who can refine a spiritual bead with an advanced D-state spiritual strength, allow me to give it a try today. In any case, I have already eaten quite a number of crabs. One more will not make a difference. At the very most, my soul will be injured. Chapter 241. Bang! A wild, ferocious, overbearing spiritual strength began to wreak havoc within Xiao Yan's body. The originally stable situation had actually suddenly reversed within a short moment. The spiritual bead within Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness began to violently rebel at this moment. The spiritual strength, which had originally gathered together, began to wantonly spread. The majestic spiritual strength uncontrollably spread. It passed through Xiao Yan's body and swiftly spread throughout the ginseng soul world. Xiao Yan was involuntarily caught off guard by this scene. It was unexpected that this spiritual bead would immediately become violent just because there was a slight deviation. If he were to allow this spiritual strength to continue spreading, it was likely that his spiritual essence would suffer an unprecedented injury. Even Guyu was helpless in the face of this. Although he was quite strong, he was still helpless in the face of the situation that was happening to Xiao Yan. When the turbulent spiritual strength turned into wave after wave of frightening storm that swept through the ginseng soul world, the members of the ginseng tribe swiftly sensed it. They sensed the situation on this side and immediately gathered their attention. However, after they sensed the frightening pressure within the spiritual storm, other than a small portion of them, the remaining people, who did not possess the strength of a Do-Di, had grave expressions as they watched the invisible storm sweep over the countless number of ginseng trees. This seems to be the aura of that human brat called Yen Xiao. What a powerful spiritual strength! With a spiritual strength of this level, it is likely that his strength has already reached the Do-Di class. Go away, what human brat! Is that kind of title something that we can use? He killed He Mu by himself. As the saying goes, the one who reaches first becomes the teacher. Don't always look at the strength of others on the surface. Currently, our entire ginseng tribe owes him a great favor. Quite a number of people feel great respect for Elder Yen Xiao in their hearts. If someone were to hear you speak of him in this manner, won't they join forces to beat you up? The member of the ginseng tribe, who had spoken earlier, hurriedly shut his mouth after these words were spoken. He secretly glanced around with a lingering fear in his heart. He only sighed in relief after discovering that no one had noticed him. At this moment, the terrifying spiritual storm descended upon their heads with an unparalleled pressure. All the members of the spirit participating tribe, whose strength had yet to reach the Do-Di class, were pressed to the ground with flushed faces the moment the pressure descended. Other than a small number of people with stronger spiritual strengths who were barely able to support their bodies, only those experts from the spirit participating tribe whose strength had reached the Do-Di class remained. However, at this moment, even with their strength, their faces involuntarily revealed a deep grave expression in the face of the frightening spiritual pressure. They weren't alchemists, and soul power wasn't their forte. Facing such a terrifying soul pressure, although it couldn't be said to be overwhelming, the throbbing that came from the depths of their souls still made them feel grave. Old Luo and Luo Jin on the other side instantly looked at the spot where Xiao Yan was located when the spiritual storm swept over. When Luo Jin felt the terrifying pressure contained within the spiritual soul storm, even with his calm temperament, he could not help but feel a wave of shock. The pressure within the spiritual soul storm was actually so powerful. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already grown to the advance of the D class within a couple of months after he had advanced to a rank 2 alchemist. If this speed continued, his spiritual strength would be comparable to those old demons from the Pill Tower in a couple of years. Luo Jin exchanged glances with old Luo by the side after feeling the shock in his heart. Old Luo frowned slightly because of this. He was not concerned about the strength of this spiritual storm. Instead, he clearly knew that Xiao Yan was refining that cluster of spiritual essence. However, since he was refining it, why would such a situation occur? As long as it did not possess a spirit that possessed its own consciousness, there would not be any danger when refining it. This was something that every practitioner knew. Moreover, old Luo had already thoroughly investigated that cluster of spiritual essence. It did not possess any other aura. However, the situation in front of them was clearly a rebellion that had occurred when one's spiritual strength was out of control. Since this was the case, what exactly was Xiaoyan doing? After pondering for a while, Elder Luo finally shook his head helplessly. Before he saw Xiaoyan, he wouldn't be able to understand the actual situation just by relying on the wild and violent spiritual strength. Elder Luo frowned and exchanged glances with Luo Jin, who was also frowning. "Sai, let's go and take a look. I really don't know what this little brat is up to." Luo Jin nodded when he heard Elder Luo's words. The two of them moved and in a flash, they had already reached the top of the ginseng spiritual tree. They casually dispersed the spiritual storm that was coming towards them. In a flash, Elder Luo and Luo Jin had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. When Elder Luo saw Xiaoyan, he immediately sensed the wild and violent spiritual strength in Xiaoyan's body. Elder Luo and Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as an extremely strange expression appeared on their faces. "Is this brat crazy? His spiritual strength has just reached the advanced martial emperor realm and he dares to condense a spiritual pearl. I really don't know what to say about him." Elder Luo frowned and looked at Xiaoyan, whose aura was in a mess. A worried expression appeared on his face as he scolded softly. Luo Jin could only sigh helplessly when he heard this. He was also a little shocked by Xiaoyan's actions. He had actually used his spiritual strength at the advanced martial emperor realm to forcefully condense a spiritual pearl. Even if there was a chance of success, how high could it be? The failure at this moment not only confirmed Guyu's judgment, but also caused Xiaoyan's spiritual strength to be seriously injured. This result was a lesson that Xiaoyan had bought himself. One could only progress step by step on the path of cultivation. There was no shortcut. Even if there was, it would only result in gains and losses. In the end, one would not gain any benefits. If one wanted to become stronger, the fastest and most stable method was to be down to earth and take one step at a time. This was true for cultivation and life. After the spiritual strength within Xiaoyan's body had spread in all directions, Xiaoyan's face had become pale and bloodless. It was as though he had truly lost his soul. His body had become much thinner. This failure had caused Xiaoyan's spiritual strength to suffer unprecedented damage. Although Guyu had tried his best to stabilize the situation within his body during this period of time, Xiaoyan could not do anything other than struggle to move. The lack of spiritual strength within Xiaoyan's spiritual sea caused him to nearly faint. At this moment, he could only rely on his willpower to forcefully stand up. It was likely that Xiaoyan would have difficulty recovering for a long period of time in the future. He might even have to choose to give up on the trip to the lightning pool in the empty realm 2 months later. After standing up with great difficulty, Xiaoyan's eyes, which were about to close, swept around in a blur. His spiritual strength was so weak that Xiaoyan almost failed to detect the two people standing beside him. Xiaoyan's gaze passed through the gap between the two of them. He noticed that the spiritual storm that had yet to scatter above the endless sea of trees in the distance was like an invisible ruler's glow that repeatedly swept in all directions above the endless ginseng spirit tree's canopy. Chapter 242. On the hillside, Luo Jin supported Xiaoyan with both his hands as he slowly stood up. The expression in his eyes constantly changed. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. However, when he saw that Xiaoyan was already extremely weak, he ultimately remained silent. He glanced at old Luo beside him. The latter also sighed softly and helplessly shook his head, indicating that he was also at his wit's end. Xiaoyan's turbid old eyes were slowly lifted. They made contact with Luo Jin's eyes. The two of them felt a pity in their hearts. According to Xiaoyan's current condition, it was likely that they would miss the opportunity to enter the lightning pool in the empty realm 2 months later. Sigh, this brat. Usually, he is rather meticulous in his work. I did not expect him to be so impulsive today. I hope that this incident will be of some help to you in the future. Old Luo softly sighed once again. He nodded his head at Luo Jin and immediately turned around to walk towards the small wooden house. Behind him, Luo Jin also carefully supported Xiaoyan. His footsteps shifted slightly as he tried to catch up with the former. However, just as Luo Jin took half a step forward, his body, which was leaning slightly forward, suddenly stopped. It was as if he was forcefully pulled back by something from behind. In the next instant, Luo Jin's eyes revealed an astonished expression as he quickly turned his head around. His eyes instantly looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing motionlessly beside him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. However, Luo Jin's expression could not help but be slightly stunned. At a glance, Xiao Yan, who was still extremely weak a moment ago, was now staring intently at the sea of trees in the distance with his eyes wide open. More accurately speaking, he was staring intently at the huge wave that was like a majestic ruler's aura. At this moment, in Xiao Yan's eyes, other than the constantly sweeping dark green wave, everything in the world seemed to have disappeared from his eyes. Even the sound of the wind blowing past his ears had disappeared without a trace. Xiao Yan's body seemed to have solidified as it stood in the same spot. At this moment, Luo Jin sensed a steel-like hardness being emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Even the clothes on the surface of Xiao Yan's body did not move. This, as if he had thought of something, Luo Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes suddenly widened to the size of 2 copper bells, and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. However, just as Luo Jin's words left his mouth, Elder Luo, who was behind him, pressed down on his shoulder and forcefully stopped him from saying anything. Luo Jin's body trembled as he turned to look. At the same time, Elder Luo shook his head slightly at Luo Jin and gestured for him to keep quiet. Only then did Luo Jin quickly nod his head. The two of them carefully retreated 100 zhang away from Xiao Yan. Only then did Elder Luo let out a sigh of relief. His cloudy old eyes met with Xiao Yan's, and both of them let out a sneer at the same time as they looked at Xiao Yan. This brat is really lucky. I originally thought that he would be delayed by this failure for a while. I didn't expect that he would benefit from this disaster and actually enter the state. This state is something that can only be encountered and not sought. Thinking back, when I was young, I was lucky enough to enter the state once. The benefits that I obtained from it were indescribable. Luo Jin by the side also smiled and nodded when he heard this. Clearly, as a member of the younger generation, he was naturally clear about these deeds of old Luo. It was also because old Luo had once entered the will of mind state that he had used it to show off everywhere. When Luo Jin's gaze landed on Xiao Yan, his face did not have much of a change. However, there was still some envy that could not be described in words within his heart. Looking back at Xiao Yan, although his aura was still incomparably weak, at this moment, his eyes were overflowing with radiance. The waves above the endless forest gradually spread out under Xiao Yan's gaze, engulfing the forest further away. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. After the first wave of trees swept through the entire mountain forest, another wave of trees swept over. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the scene in front of him. The weary qi in his body was gradually rising at this moment. 8,000 feet away, Elder Luo and Luo Jin could sense the changes in Xiao Yan's body. Their faces involuntarily revealed an astonished smile. The tree wave carried a cluster of leaves as it extended into the distance from the top of the sea of trees. The tangible leaves continued to churn within the invisible spiritual wave. Although it appeared chaotic, if one were to observe carefully, one would discover that the leaves maintained a special rhythm as they churned. This allowed the tree wave, which followed closely behind, to perfectly merge with it. This repeated for a short moment before 100,000 feet tree wave, which was like a city wall, appeared in the sky above the sea of trees. The tree wave churned and churned. During the process, it continuously absorbed the leaves that fell from the treetops, causing it to become even more imposing. As the tree wave engulfed the area, Xiao Yan repeatedly recalled every change and trajectory of the tree wave in his mind. The churning rhythm of the leaves, the different yet similar trajectories of the two tree waves, and every detail of the merging of the two tree waves continuously replayed in Xiao Yan's mind. At the same time, Xiao Yan's aura also rapidly rose. After 6 hours, Xiao Yan was still quietly standing at the same spot. Although he did not move, One could see at a glance that Xiao Yan's originally deathly pale face had once again regained its rosy luster. The aura on his body was even stronger than when he had just entered the ginseng spiritual world. The spiritual strength that had completely dissipated had also completely recovered to its peak within these short 6 hours. Even so, Xiao Yan still maintained the same posture as when he had just stood up. All of his attention was focused on his body. In his mind, he repeatedly recalled the scene of the tree wave engulfing the endless forest. At this moment in Xiao Yan's mind, the spiritual strength of Xiao Yan was carefully observing every detail of the tree wave engulfing the area. With a wave of his hand, a heavy Shen ruler that was formed from spiritual strength appeared. The body of the enormous ruler was slightly slanted as it slowly swept past the spot where the tree wave passed. Xiao Yan also did his best to cooperate with the trajectory of the tree wave. His hand gently twisted and the strength that was contained within his finger also changed accordingly. Only when the speed, inclination, and strength of the heavy ruler when it drew across the trajectory completely merged did Xiao Yan slowly withdraw the enormous ruler in his hand. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was quietly standing in the outside world, suddenly raised his head. With a wave of his right hand, the huge black ruler suddenly flew out. He grabbed it in his palm and his left foot suddenly took half a step forward. After the huge ruler circled in his palm, a force emerged from his palm and the huge ruler instantly froze in the air. The angle of its tilt was actually exactly the same as when he had imitated it previously. Ha! Without any hesitation, he let out a stern cry in his heart. The dou qi within the vortex in Xiao Yan's body suddenly surged out wildly. His right hand held the huge ruler tightly as he exerted force with his right leg and transmitted it to his arm. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground and Xiao Yan's body rose into the air. The huge ruler in his hand was also swung out. As the ruler was swung out, a majestic ruler glow that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall suddenly shot out from the tip of the ruler and shot explosively toward the opposite side of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the expressions of old Luo and his grandson on the other side instantly changed. This was because the ruler glow was actually flying toward them without any deviation. Chapter 243. Qi. The sharp ruler glow carried a majestic aura that could cut through the heavens as it shot out. Wherever it passed, the flat empty space would be instantly torn apart by the strong wind that it carried. The powerful aura caused even old Luo, who were facing it, to be extremely shocked. This kind of frightening might had already exceeded the category of an ordinary dou technique. Moreover, to be able to be used by a bandit with all his strength while carrying such a frightening might, this ruler of Xiao Yan's was likely comparable to a human-class dou technique. Old Luo's heart could not help but be extremely shocked when he thought of this. He had only entered the realm for a couple of hours and had already created such a frightening dou technique. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the scene would be if Xiao Yan had entered the realm for a little longer. At this moment, Luo Jin's eyes were staring intently at the majestic ruler glow that was flying toward him. A fiery hot fighting intent that soared to the sky was emitted from deep within his eyes. The dou qi in his body was also swiftly rising at this moment. Honestly speaking, although Luo Jin had quite an understanding of Xiao Yan's strength, the two of them had never had the chance to fight due to their own matters. Hence, this rainbow-like ruler glow in front of him had aroused the fiery hot fighting intent that Luo Jin had been anticipating in his heart. With Luo Jin's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the strength contained in this ruler glow was definitely not inferior to a human-class dou technique. This also caused him to be extremely excited. Luo Jin flipped his hand and a glow suddenly appeared in his palm. A sleek, white-colored jade whisk fan appeared. Luo Jin waved his hand and the jade whisk fan emitted a schwa sound as it opened. Immediately, his gaze looked at the majestic ruler glow that was heading toward him. Luo Jin was just about to attack. However, just as the dou qi in his body was about to move, the expression on Luo Jin's face involuntarily stiffened because of the scene in front of him. He clearly saw that there was actually a partially visible crimson blurry human figure within the ruler glow. The human figure held an enormous ruler and raised it high, preparing to unleash an even more frightening destructive force the instant it collided with Luo Jin. This is... When he saw this scene, Luo Jin's heart shook violently. The shock in his heart was self-evident. No matter what, he never imagined that this majestic ruler light was actually even more terrifying than what he had seen and imagined. Originally, he thought that this ruler glow was not inferior to a human tier do technique in terms of strength. However, looking at the blurry human figure, it was clearly a manifestation of a do technique that had transformed into a spirit. A do technique transforming into a spirit. A true human class do technique. Just based on this point alone, the strength that this ruler glow would erupt with would definitely double. When he thought of this, Luo Jin couldn't help but recall the terrifying fire lotus that Xiao Yan had used back then. In addition to the fire lotus before him, it was hard to imagine that Xiao Yan, whose strength was only at the level of a 3-star half-martial emperor, had actually created 2 such powerful human rank do skills. This kid will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Old Luo by the side finally discovered the uniqueness of the ruler glow. While his heart was greatly shaken, he could not help but praise Xiao Yan once again. Ah, good. A do technique transforming into a spirit, huh? Since this is the case, I will also go all out. Although his heart was extremely shocked by Xiao Yan's ruler glow, Luo Jin ultimately still laughed out loud. The jade whisking fan in his hand was suddenly waved. The do chi in his body also swiftly surged out and poured into the jade whisking fan in his hand. Following the pouring in of the do chi, numerous mysterious green-colored symbols gradually surfaced on the originally flat and unadorned fan, causing this jade whisking fan to emit an extremely mysterious feeling at this moment. Cool wind painting, transforming into a form. Using the wind as a blade, cool wind slash. Luo Jin's tiger body shook as he slowly raised his right arm. Faint green-colored do chi drifted out as the jade fan was waved. In the next instant, a sharp glint suddenly shot out from Luo Jin's eyes when the majestic ruler glow attacked. A sharp cry that shook the sky was emitted from his mouth. His right arm was suddenly waved and his wrist tilted slightly. A sharp whistling sound of wind was emitted. The jade fan drew across the empty air and a green-colored long rainbow that similarly spanned across the sky swept out and attacked the incoming ruler glow with a bang. Ha ha! This clear wind chop of mine is also at the peak of the D-class do techniques. It can be said to be one of my few trump cards. Today, let me see whether Brother Yan Zhao's ruler glow is stronger or my clear wind chop is better. Since Xiao Yan had already made his move, Luo Jin also knew that Xiao Yan had definitely recovered his consciousness. Next, it would be the true fight between him and Xiao Yan. Bang! These 2 do skills were indeed worthy of being the peak of the human rank do skills. They had just made contact when the frightening do chi that was contained within them immediately swept out. The collision of the 2 kinds of destructive forces caused the empty space within a 50-kilometer radius to suddenly shatter. If it was not forcefully stopped, it was likely that the entire ginseng spirit world would be affected. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He had focused all his attention on the fight and had forgotten that he was in the ginseng spirit world. Once those storms swept out, it was likely that the ginseng spirit world would suffer quite a great loss. Cuckoo, relax and go. Leave these matters to the old me. There is no need to alarm the other ginseng spirit tribe members about the small fights between you younger generation. At this moment, Luo Ao's faint laughter was transmitted over in a faint manner. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and an invisible pressure swiftly swept out. It forcefully stopped the do chi storm when it swept out. At Luo Ao's level, he was already so powerful just by relying on his pressure. He was actually able to use his pressure to forcefully stop do chi. This move caused Xiao Yan to be extremely shocked in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to solidify a place with a flick of his finger when he reached that level. With Luo Ao's attack, the storm was naturally unable to continue spreading. The empty space where Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were located had completely become their dual stage. In an instant, it attracted quite a number of ginseng spirit tribe members who flew over to observe the fight. When the first ruler glow scattered, Luo Jin's clear wind chop had also been completely digested. The two of them could be considered to be evenly matched in this first exchange. Haha, it is indeed worthy of being a Do skill that has been comprehended after advancing. Such strength is indeed extraordinary. It is fortunate that I have already practiced this clear wind chop to the point of perfection. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for me to match it. At this moment, the difference between a self-created Do skill and obtained Do skill was displayed. Although Xiao Yan was also relying on his state in order to unleash the strength of this ruler to the greatest extent, he was able to match Luo Jin's clear wind chop, which had been practiced to the point of perfection. This was indeed a clear advantage. If Xiao Yan were to further practice this ruler in the future, it was likely that Luo Jin's clear wind chop would no longer be a match for him. In the face of the strength displayed by this ruler, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. However, as he knit his brows, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. This was because he could clearly sense that there were still continuous moves after that one ruler attack. However, because the ruler attack just now was merely an experiment, Xiao Yan did not use all of them. It was just that he did not know just how strong the continuous moves would be after that one ruler attack. Chapter 244. Haha, brother Yan Xiao, what are you thinking about? During a fight, you must not be distracted. Sensing the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes, Luo Jin laughed loudly, pulling Xiao Yan, who was considering whether to try a combo attack, back to reality. Xiao Yan also laughed heartily when he heard this. He knew that Luo Jin would definitely not hold back against him today. Since this was the case, he could let go of his courage and give it a try. It was also a good opportunity to see what great benefits Xiao Yan had gained from entering the state of mind this time around. Ah, good. Since this is the case, brother Luo Jin, just give it your all. I also want to see just how powerful this Do technique that I have just comprehended is. Faced with Luo Jin's reminder, Xiao Yan also laughed heartily. With a twist of his wrist, the enormous black ruler with an imposing aura spun agilely in Xiao Yan's palm like a long spear. Finally, Xiao Yan's palm exerted a little force and the enormous ruler was easily inserted into a crack on the ground at an angle. From the looks of it, this was a demonstration of strength. However, Luo Jin became increasingly excited because of this. At the same time, he did not dare to be careless in his heart. From the looks of Xiao Yan's ruler just now, it was impossible for him to defeat Xiao Yan in terms of Do techniques if he did not take out a truly powerful technique. Since this was the case, ha, brother Yan Xiao, I'm coming. With a loud laugh, a graceful Do Qi light pillar immediately shot out from Luo Jin's eyes toward Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan once again laughed heartily. He took half a step back and withdrew his right hand to his waist. His palm was flat and a flame-like Do Qi surged out and covered the surface of his palm. Yellow spring palm. Both of Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the Do Qi light pillar that was shooting toward him. The strength in his palm also became increasingly agglomerated. The moment the Do Qi light pillar attacked, his muscular body suddenly moved violently and his palm violently met the light pillar. Bang! However, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened the next moment. That Do Qi light pillar, which was filled with an imposing aura, was easily shattered by his yellow spring palm. This seemingly aggressive fighting aura beam was actually just a cover. Ah, brother Yan Xiao, over here. The instant Xiao Yan paused, Luo Jin's laughter sounded from the side of Xiao Yan's body. From the sound of his voice, it seemed like Luo Jin was quite satisfied with his move. Without any hesitation, Luo Jin threw a palm at Xiao Yan as he spat out the words from his mouth. Even though he was surprised, Xiao Yan was after all someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He was not the slightest bit afraid. His body suddenly shook and all the strength in his body gathered on his left shoulder that was close to Luo Jin's side. Do Qi violently surged. With a low shout in his heart, he used his left shoulder to meet Luo Jin's palm that was smashing towards him. Octane Blast. The Octane Blast was Xiao Yan's first Xian class Do technique. Although its tier was not high, its advantage was that it was extremely overbearing. After so many years of practice, Xiao Yan's control of the Octane Blast was extremely smooth. Now that Xiao Yan used it once again, As long as he was willing, he could casually use the octane blast from every part of his body. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's current strength, the strength of the octane blast when he used it again was definitely not inferior to a Tian-class Do technique. Back then, Yao Lao had told Xiao Yan that the octane blast could be comparable to a D-class Do technique when practiced to its limit. However, now, Xiao Yan had used his own absolute strength to suppress this limit, allowing the octane blast to successfully enter a new level. Under Xiao Yan's repeated immersion, perhaps there would be a time when the octane blast in his hand could once again be upgraded and become a true D-class or even Tian-class Do technique. Bang! When the two came into contact, the clothes on Xiao Yan's body were as hard as steel. Luo Jin's face was also filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. Since when could the shoulders be used to display Do techniques? The group of Spirit Ginseng tribe members who were watching the fight from outside were similarly shocked in their hearts. These Spirit Ginseng tribe members whose strength had reached the Band D class or higher were also extremely shocked by Xiao Yan's actions at this moment. They were all practitioners, but they did not know that one could actually use these parts of the body to display Do techniques. This is too unbelievable. The shoulders can actually release Do techniques. How is this possible? That's right. How is this possible? In history, I don't think I have ever heard of such a method of releasing Do techniques. Shocked and incredulous words spread around the periphery of this space. When these words entered Luo Jin's ears, the latter involuntarily let out a soft laugh. He laughed at the ignorance of the people who were speaking. Their weak strength and the seclusion of their tribe had caused them to know less and less about the control of their strength. If this continued, the Spirit Ginseng tribe would be annihilated before outsiders came to exterminate them. A Do technique is just a way for a practitioner to release their own strength. The reason why most practitioners inject their own Do Qi or Genesis Qi into their limbs and weapons is because they are already used to that kind of fighting style. But a Do technique is ultimately a Do technique. As long as one is willing, it doesn't matter where one can release the Do technique. What is important is the degree of mastery of the Do technique. After a sneer, Luo Jin's explanation instantly silenced the disbelieving Spirit Ginseng tribe members. In this place, besides Patriarch Qing Mu, Luo Jin was the most authoritative person. His words were indisputable. This was also Qing Mu's order. The two similarly strong Do techniques were in a stalemate for a couple of minutes before Xiao Yan's steel-like black-colored clothes actually split apart and formed a crack line that appeared like an explosion. In comparison, Luo Jin's Do technique was indeed a little stronger. It was no wonder that it was like this. When Luo Jin saw this, a smile involuntarily rose from the corners of his mouth. But when he looked at Xiao Yan, he found that Xiao Yan was also looking at him with a smile. With a blank expression, Luo Jin also felt that something was not quite right. However, when he focused his attention and looked over, Xiao Yan's mouth suddenly emitted a heaven-shaking explosive cry. His tiger body suddenly shook and a wild and ferocious huge force shook Luo Jin's body a few steps back. At the same time, Xiao Yan's mouth let out an explosive cry. Octane blast! Explode! Luo Jin's expression instantly changed. Under Xiao Yan's ingenious control, Luo Jin hadn't discovered the 8 layers of hidden force of the octane blast in time. At this moment, the hidden force had already entered his body. If he tried to break it now, he would be in a mess again. While Luo Jin was busy breaking the 8 layers of hidden force in his body, Xiao Yan laughed loudly. He unceremoniously swung the black heavy Xian ruler by his side. At the same time that Luo Jin broke the hidden force in his body, he used the huge ruler's wide body to viciously slap Luo Jin. The faces of the spirit participating tribe members outside the battleground also revealed a sour expression. They stared intently at the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand as he violently swung it. If Xiao Yan had used a Do technique on top of this ruler, the explosive force would naturally be enough to cause Luo Jin to be seriously injured. However, Xiao Yan only did this for the sake of satisfying himself. He only used brute force to send Luo Jin flying. With the latter's physical body, he naturally wouldn't suffer any fatal injuries. At the very most, he would only suffer some physical pain. Brother Luo Jin? Yes, Luo Jin had just broken the terrifying hidden force in his body and had yet to recover when Xiao Yan's faint laughter was transmitted over. This also caused Luo Jin to reflexively raise his head and let out a soft yes. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan carried an evil smile on his face. That terrifying huge black ruler also faced Luo Jin's delicate and handsome face. Luo Jin felt a chill on his back. At this moment he suddenly recovered. However, it was already too late. It's over. The moment he saw the huge black ruler, Luo Jin helplessly said in his heart, knowing that he couldn't dodge. Chapter 245. Bang! A bang sounded. Under everyone's gazes, Luo Jin's body was like a soccer ball as it drew a parabola in the air. After which, it violently smashed into the peak of a mountain and was deeply embedded within it. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's right leg abruptly took half a step back. The empty space under his feet instantly collapsed. With a twist of his wrist, the heavy Shen ruler was placed diagonally behind his back. At this moment, his bright eyes were slowly shut as he focused his mind. Xiao Yan did his best to think about the set of Do techniques that he had comprehended in the state of mind earlier. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the state of mind had yet to completely disperse to use it once again with all his strength. This time around, he wanted to use all of the subsequent moves after the one ruler. At the same time, he wanted to see just what kind of strength this Do technique, which relied on the state of mind to comprehend, had when used with all his strength. This is a duel we agreed on. Why are you slapping my face? With an explosive cry, Luo Jin flew out from the pile of rock fragments. Other than appearing to be in a slightly miserable state, Luo Jin did not suffer any substantial injuries. Therefore, the moment he came out, he could not help but point at Xiao Yan's nose and angrily shout loudly. At this moment, Xiao Yan was completely immersed in his mind. Only his spiritual strength was spreading throughout the entire space. The aura on the heavy Shen ruler also gradually rose. The mysterious symbols on the body of the huge black ruler were also filled with a crimson-red flame-like Do Qi. A wild and violent destructive force was slowly agglomerating within the huge ruler. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin immediately let go of the joking thoughts in his heart. Xiao Yan's current appearance clearly indicated that he was going to use the Do technique from before. The first time he used it, Xiao Yan was only limited to a short span of a few breaths. Logically speaking, it was a little rushed. At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body was immersed in it. If he were to use all of his strength again, the strength would likely be even more terrifying than before. In this way, Luo Jin did not have any extra time to imagine how strong the Do technique would be. A certain amount of time was needed to use a human-rank Do technique. This was the case for Xiao Yan and Luo Jin. Since his clear wind chop was able to cancel out the previous strike, it should be able to do the same this time. Facing the Do technique that Xiao Yan was about to use, Luo Jin's heart was much calmer with his first experience. After all, only unfamiliar things would cause uncertainty to arise in one's heart. With a wave of his hand, the whisking jade fan appeared, and a familiar scene appeared once more. The group of spirit participating clan members outside the arena also used various gazes to observe the two people in the arena. To the elite Do Di, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin in the arena could be considered dragons among men. Not only did they possess extraordinary strength, but the Do skills in their hands also caused these elite Do Di to covet them. Amidst the silence, Xiao Yan, who had been silent with his eyes closed, suddenly raised his head. The instant he opened his eyes, a bright light shot out, causing others to be unable to look directly at him. At the same time, Xiao Yan held the giant ruler in one hand and bent his right leg slightly as he stepped backward. He recalled the scene when the waves of trees swept over the sea of trees. Ha! With a thunder-like cry, Xiao Yan's body instantly shot out. At the same time, the giant ruler in his hand swept across the empty space in front of him. 100,000 feet majestic ruler glow instantly shot out from the tip of the ruler, forcefully tearing the surrounding empty space into pieces. It carried an unparalleled, terrifying force as it blasted toward Luo Jin. Feeling that the strength of the ruler glow was even more frightening than before, Luo Jin's heart involuntarily became solemn. As expected, under Xiao Yan's full strength, the strength of this Do technique had once again risen to another level. If he was unable to unleash the full strength of the clear wind chop, it was likely that Luo Jin would suffer quite a great loss when facing this ruler glow. Under his full strength, Luo Jin had also completely let go. He wildly poured the Do Qi in his body into the whisking jade fan in his hand. The green-colored Do Qi light illuminated the dark empty space. The surface of Luo Jin's body was also covered by a green light. Haha, come, brother Yanxiao. Let me see just how terrifying this Do technique that you have comprehended with the help of the concept is under your full strength. As his voice sounded, Luo Jin's mouth suddenly emitted an explosive cry. He waved his hand and the closed whisking jade fan opened with a shua sound. Green light shot out in all directions, painting with the clear wind taking form. Using the wind as a blade, clear wind chop. As the stern cry sounded, the whisking jade fan, which was already completely covered by the green light, instantly cut through the empty space. It carried a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. 100,000 feet green light was instantly formed. It expanded explosively against the wind and violently smashed toward the majestic ruler glow that was heading toward him. When the two came into contact, the scene that had appeared earlier was once again played out. Luo Jin observed the two energies that were mutually consuming each other in the arena. His heart involuntarily felt a wave of joy. However, before Luo Jin could rejoice, Xiao Yan on the other side once again let out a shocking, furious cry from his mouth. He once again waved the giant ruler in his hand. Qi! At this moment, not only Luo Jin but many of the Ban Di and Do Di experts outside of the arena, even old Luo, had eyes that were filled with shock as they watched the scene in the arena. Within a short few minutes, Xiao Yan had actually once again displayed that ruler technique Do technique. That's right. As Xiao Yan's giant ruler swept across the empty space, another majestic ruler glow that did not lose to the former shot out. It instantly caught up with the former and merged with the first ruler glow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fire-like bright red Do Qi dyed the empty space. The 100,000 feet long ruler glow suddenly brightened greatly. The aura on it also followed the trend and soared. Within a couple of breaths, it had suppressed the might of the clear wind chop. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone outside of the arena changed once again. It was one thing to consecutively display two human-class Do techniques, but why was this Do technique merged? Old Luo's eyesight was naturally not something that an ordinary person could compare with. The moment he saw the ruler glow, he had already made his own judgment in his heart. At this moment, when he saw that the ruler glow that came after had actually merged perfectly with the former, he immediately understood in his heart that Xiao Yan's set of Do technique was not just a simple ruler. Instead, it had subsequent consecutive moves. One ruler after another, wave after wave. The final superimposed result would likely be even more terrifying than he had imagined. This time around, Luo Jin was indeed a little too careless. This set of Do technique of Xiao Yan was really not easy to deal with. At this moment, the only thing that he could hope for in his heart was that this Do technique could only be used for one ruler. If that was the case, it was not impossible for Luo Jin to receive it. However, if not, it was likely that not only would he have to exhaust all of his tricks, he would also exhaust quite a lot of his own Do Qi. Bang! There was not much time left for Luo Jin. In merely a moment, the clear wind chop was finally forcefully shattered by the ruler glow that still had an incomparably powerful aura under its tenacious resistance. Seeing this, Luo Jin's heart was immediately slightly startled. He kept the jade fan into his storage ring with one hand and the seals in his hands swiftly changed. The Do Qi in his body also crazily surged into his palm. When the ruler glow attacked, a bright green light also shone from Luo Jin's palm. The strength of this attack from Luo Jin was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the clear wind chop. Moreover, if one were to carefully observe it, it was likely that this attack was even stronger than the clear wind chop. This was one of the many trump cards that Luo Jin possessed. Whenever he used it, he had always been successful. He believed that if he were to use it today, it would definitely not disappoint him. Ha! A palm was thrown out and a crystal-like green palm fell from Luo Jin's hand and blasted explosively toward the majestic ruler glow. The crystal palm flew in the empty air. The originally quiet surroundings suddenly became a blowing hurricane. The crystal palm faced the hurricane and grew rapidly. By the time it arrived in front of the ruler glow, the crystal palm was already 100,000 feet in size. Bang! This time around, when the two collided, an intense collision sound suddenly reverberated throughout the area. An ear-piercing sonic boom repeatedly sounded like firecrackers. If it were not for Old Luo's barrier, it was likely that the spirit participant tribe members outside of the arena would have been affected. This crystal palm was indeed worthy of being one of Luo Jin's trump cards. In an instant, it was actually able to fight the ruler glow to a draw. It was difficult to determine the victor. Ha! Another explosive cry sounded. Luo Jin was suppressed by this sound until the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched intensely. It was really the case that whatever he was afraid of would happen. Earlier, he was still rejoicing in his heart that the chain attack was only 1 foot long. This time around, he was shocked. This monster. At the same time that his heart was greatly shaken, Luo Jin's heart was also bitterly laughing as he cursed. However, he did not dare to be careless in his heart. A human-class Do technique was not ordinary. Even he could not use it multiple times. Luo Jin only hoped that Xiao Yan would stop while he was ahead. After all, even if it was a chain attack, the exhaustion of Do Qi would be extremely frightening. There was no reason for Xiao Yan to exhaust so much Do Qi just for a momentary victory. Ha! Qi, Qi, Qi. After 5 feet, Xiao Yan finally stopped with a pale face. It was not that he wanted to stop. Xiao Yan wanted to know where the end of this ruler technique was. However, after the 7th foot, Xiao Yan was unable to swing it even if he wanted to. This was because at this time, the Do Qi in Xiao Yan's body had been completely exhausted. It was obviously impossible for him to swing the 8th foot. Moreover, Xiao Yan also faintly sensed that even if he had sufficient Do Qi, he would not be able to swing the 8th foot. After the 7th foot, Xiao Yan actually forgot how to swing the huge ruler in an instant. That strange feeling also abruptly disappeared from Xiao Yan's body. The concept had completely disappeared. Xiao Yan also felt a trace of something else at the end. After the 7th foot, there seemed to be a barrier. It was because of this that Xiao Yan was unable to continue comprehending the 8th foot. In other words, this ruler technique can at the very most be swung 7 feet? Xiao Yan quietly thought in his heart. Guyu did not reply. The result could only wait for Xiao Yan to confirm it himself. On the other side, Luo Jin's heart had already completely given up on any resistance as he faced the 5 ruler lights that had merged once again. 7 ruler lights had been merged. This set of Do techniques was already the peak existence among the human-class Do techniques. If it was mastered, it would likely be comparable to a Ling-class Do technique. In the face of such a frightening Do technique, Luo Jin would have difficulty resisting it even if he used all of his trump cards. Hence, rather than making a pointless resistance, it would be more appropriate to hand this mess over to the powerful Old Luo to deal with. Elder Luo helplessly smiled after noticing Luo Jin's gaze. His heart was aware of the strength of the ruler technique. He did not joke around. His body flashed and appeared in front of Luo Jin. An admiration flashed across Elder Luo's eyes as he faced the frightening ruler light that had shattered the crystal hand. The strength of this ruler technique was likely far from being as simple as a human-class Do technique. If Xiao Yan were to properly practice it, it would definitely become a great trump card of Xiao Yan's in the future. Elder Luo raised his hand. His palm aimed at the majestic ruler light. A domineering aura that belonged to an expert quietly spread, causing the spirit participating tribe members to involuntarily reveal respectful eyes. Elder Luo only calmly raised his eyes when the ruler light approached him. Elder Luo displayed an indifferent attitude in the face of this frightening Do technique that could defeat any elite bandit below the 9-star level. This was something that he had practiced in his early years. If one were to talk about it, there was indeed a great distance between him and the current him. Stop. An extremely calm, stop, word appeared to have dominated this entire place. At this moment, it appeared as though time had stilled. Even the dou qi that was circulating within the bodies of everyone present had stopped. The ruler light was naturally no exception. Elder Luo gently waved his hand. The dou qi ruler light, which had already become unusually wild and violent, instantly hit its wild and violent aura. It turned into numerous bright red flowing lights that agglomerated into a cluster. Elder Luo gently waved his hand and the pure dou qi light cluster appeared to have found its owner. It rushed into the vortex within Xiao Yan's body in a flash. Xiao Yan's expression also swiftly turned around at this moment. This seemingly simple scene caused everyone present to feel shocked. Xiao Yan was also so shocked by this move of Elder Luo that he was unable to recover for a long while. Luo Jin looked at the ruler light that had disappeared. The anxiety in his heart also disappeared. "Cuckoo, you little fellow, your luck is really good. You have profited from a disaster and have actually comprehended such an extraordinary dou technique. Use it well. In the future, it will definitely become a great trump card for you." Elder Luo carelessly restored the dark empty space to its original state. His body moved and arrived in front of Xiao Yan as he smiled and spoke to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded. He was certain that this ruler technique that he had comprehended today would likely add firewood to Xiao Yan's overall strength in the future. That's right. This dou technique of Brother Yan Xiao is likely an invincible existence among the entire man-class dou techniques. If it were not for the fact that my weapon was not a huge ruler, I would definitely be curious about this level of dou technique. Luo Jin also walked forward. His tone similarly carried praise. He was the first to experience the strength of this ruler technique dou technique. No one could replace his judgment. "Cuckoo, little fellow Yan Xiao, the old me can see that this ruler technique of yours has already been completed. Its strength is also quite extraordinary. Since this is the case and it is also a man-class dou technique, you should give it a name." Xiao Yan nodded. He understood in his heart that this dou technique was created by him when he had advanced to the dou realm. He had once used a ruler to shatter the empty space and break the horizon. Its strength could be said to be breaking the sky. It was also divided into 7 feet. Xiao Yan immediately had a name in his heart. "Cuckoo, I have thought it through. Since this ruler technique is divided into 7 feet, then I will call it the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler."